But if you can be able to access the Padlet and light on the Padlet, it will be good for us because you'll be accessing this tablet throughout. And I'll be able to save some of your responses. And as long as you have the link, I'm not going to close. You'll be able to review what your other colleagues said. So it is better to put it in the Padlet. But you have a problem, you can still put it on the chat, but I wished everybody was able to just click the link on the chat and put your responses on the Padlet. I can see somebody is saying that there are the responses are coming very fast. There are 3 assessments, that is reflective, portfolio and synthesis. That is good. Then somebody is saying that I learned on requirement of 21st century teacher. Now just trying to sample some of your responses. I learned on requirement of process of TPD planning. I learned on requirement of 21st century. TPD can help the teacher to have a good result. I learned requirement of 21st century teacher. The TPD is a type of training that is geared toward equipping teachers with additional skills to make teaching and learning much better. That TPD can help teachers to have a good result in future. And somebody is saying that he learned the rationale of TPD. Somebody learned about assessment framework. Another person learned TPD in career growth. It will help in career growth. Purpose of TPD assessment, Kenya Professional. You also learned about Kenya Professional Standard. There is somebody who learned objective of TPD, scope of TPD, also target group, and subdivision of TPD. That is the 2 module, introductory, the teacher module, and the instructional reader module. Somebody learned that he learned about the CAPE, that is the 7th standard. Also, another person, those who are joining now, we are doing a recap of what we learned yesterday, and there is a link in your chat whereby you are putting down on what we learned yesterday. If you have just joined, go to your chat, log in, and write something on the tablet. And somebody learned TPD, from what I understand, is the formal or informal activity that teachers registered that undertake in order to continuously improve their pedagogical skills. Can see you had a lot of learning yesterday. It is good that remember after we are through with this, you can even take a screenshot of this. Remember, in future you'll be having an e-portfolio, and e-portfolio will be documenting your journey on teacher professional development. If you'd like to say something to do with an interactive app, your experience with an interactive app like a Padlet, you just need to take a screenshot, then you put it in your e-portfolio, and then you explain what was your interaction. So as you interact with this interactive tool, you can just save it for the sake of your e-portfolio. And somebody, I'm reading from the chat. How have you sent assignment and technologically? Somebody is telling me, how have you sent assignment? I'm technologically dwarf. And that is why now I want to remove you from that dwarfness to become at least a digital literate person. And that is why I'm encouraging you to log in and use a tablet. That's the beginning. Nobody is technologically dwarf. You only need to change your attitude. You just start step by step, and you are going to learn about how to use technology. Another person in the chat is saying TPD is continuous learning process for teachers aimed at improving knowledge and skill. Because I'm assuming you're able to read the responses from the other participant. You can just scroll you can continue reading from what the other participants are saying. As I'm reading from the chat. Grace Waboy, purpose of TPD running, Adika, professionalism in teaching, and Hannah Kuria, TPD is a career-long process to help teachers update knowledge skills to deliver effectively. I learned about evaluation. That is Lydian. Peter Maina, TPD enhanced teacher knowledge and equipping in 21st centuries. And also Teresia, the rationale of TPD. Wilson, important of TPD. Aswani, I learned of the rationale of TPD. And assessment, Nabuire, assessment using TPD. There are so many responses even in the chat. And Xavier, you have sent your message that direct to me. I wish you could have sent it into the main wall because I'm the only one who can read your response. I learned about Kenya Professional Teaching Standard and how TPD makes teacher updates. I'm going to copy it and put it on the I'll just put your responses in them so that everybody can read it. Somebody is saying he cannot see the link. We are almost through. Just for the sake of those who want to respond through the link, let me put it for the last time. For those who want to respond, I have put the link for the last time, hoping that you are going to continue. There, so with your race, I want to give everybody a chance so that you put your because I would like to sample these responses later to see what you learned yesterday. And thank you very much for those who have been able to respond. You can see so many, more than 50 responses. And the others are also on the chat of the Zoom chat. So later, you'll be able to access. I'm going to open this address throughout the day, and if you're able to save in form of a PDF, I don't know whether from your side you're able to save using in form of a PDF, so that you can be able to be referring to these responses on your own. So the Padlet will remain open throughout the day. I'll close it at around 6 in the evening because it was meant for recap, but I would like you to access. And even if you're not able to put your response today, I hope you'll still be able to put it in course of the day. So those are some of the responses that you have put. I'm assuming you're able to read because I have shared the screen. But there is somebody who's saying that it is the TPD will improve teacher skill, competencies, and knowledge for enhanced learning outcome in Kenyan school. Somebody else is saying that it is a process of improving and increasing the capability of an employee. Thank you very much, because I can see you learned a lot, and these are some of the reasons why the Teacher Service Commission introduced teacher professional development in order to equip you with the skill, knowledge, attitudes that will help you to undertake your work in your school, so that you can be able to equip your learners with the skills that are in line with the 21st century. Remember, we are training learners who are living in a different world than the one that we were when we were students, and we need to move with the way the world is moving. So thank you very much for all of you for responding to that, for responding to the recap. So now I want us to go to the business of the day. You will still use the tab. There is another activity you are going to use the Padlet. So those who have just joined, you have an experience with the tablet later. And finally, on the SHA TPD, that is from Keep Justice, Kipyegon. TPD is a long learning process and it will instill a lot of skill from teachers. Thank you for noting that it is a lifelong learning. Remember, we are talking of learning to learn, even in CBC. So thank you very much for those who have responded. You can access the tablet in Padlet in the course of the day, and you will be able to see some of your responses. I want now to share what we are supposed to handle today. Today we are dealing with competency-based curriculum, CBC. That is also we are going to deal with the pedagogy and inclusive practices. We are talking of day 2, session 1. And we have already done the recap. So I want us to go direct to today's session, whereby we will be talking about mainly on CBC, that is competency-based curriculum. And I know all of you, you are aware of the journey that have been undertaken in search for a curriculum that will meet the standard of the modern learner, or a curriculum that will respond to the need of the modern world in terms of need of the market and the need of the society today. And previously, the Kenyan curriculum have undergone a lot of reforms, and there has been reason for those reforms. And those reforms were meant to ensure that the knowledge, skills, and the attitude that are being impacted on the learners will help to nurture their potentials. But in some instances, the curriculum that we have been having before have fallen short of our national goals of education, as we are going to see them later. And due to those gaps of past curriculum, that is why the stakeholders, including the government, decided to have reforms, and eventually we ended up coming up with competency-based curriculum, the curriculum that is aimed at nurturing learner potential, meaning every learner has a potential. Every learner has a potential, because we are moving from a curriculum that the previous curriculum that used to group all learners as the same. That is, we used to treat our learners as if they have the same potential, but we failed to understand that every learner is unique in a particular way. There are those that are very good in sciences, there are those that are very good in social studies, and there are those that are very good in sports and arts. But in previous curriculum, we did not recognize those talents, but we used to group all the learners together. We used to give them the same yardstick, that is an exam, and eventually majority of the learners have been frustrated because those exams have been used to gauge, or they have been used as a kind of a sieve to determine who will continue with the education and who will be left behind. And that is why we have been having a lot of wastage, especially when the KCSE and KCP result are out. There are those who will proceed to the next level, and there are those that will be left behind, never to proceed with their education again, even if we are saying that education is lifelong. That is where CBC came to nurture in realization of that CBC was a thought-out curriculum that will try and bridge the gap, so that will be able to nurture the learner's potential. Another important thing to do with CBC, it will equip the citizen with skill for the 21st century. We are living in a different world from the 20th century, a world that is now being driven by the technology, the world that is now driven by what we are calling the knowledge It is, we are calling it the economy of the current modern world is driven by the knowledge. It is how quick are you able to know about what is happening in the world so that you can be able to survive. Even if you are a farmer, how quick are you able to know the market where you can take your crops, where the market is available? Because we are able to search information from different sites in the internet, even in terms of places. When they come to school as a teacher, how easy are you able to collaborate with other teachers so that you are able to get the learning resources that are in line with the current, in the 21st century learner? Because you are not supposed to work in silos alone. You are supposed to collaborate with other teachers so that you can get the best, so that you can benchmark and find out what is happening in the other part of the world. So even as a teacher, we need to know that as we continue to equip our learners with the 21st century skill, we need also to equip ourselves to learn about what is required of us as a 21st century teacher. Because it will be a challenge whereby we are trying to uplift the learner, but ourselves, we are not able to uplift ourselves. And we also think that CBC will capture the aspiration of the country. And this one, we shall be emphasizing on the learner's competences, character, patriotism, and ability, so that the kind of learner that we will produce will be able to, we will have incorporated what we are calling the 7 core competencies we are going to learn later. So, and that is what the rationale behind, that is the rationale behind the CBC. That the previous curriculum had gaps when it comes to learners' potential. But also, it was not able to fully equip the learners with the 21st century skill, and that is why there was need for reform. So in today's session, we are going to, these are the learning outcome of today's session. That is, at the end of the day, you are supposed to enhance your knowledge and skill in pedagogical content knowledge and instruction strategy. You're also supposed to enhance your knowledge and skill in competency-based curriculum and core competence, and enhance awareness of inclusive practices. And before we begin, I would like you to go to your chart and write something. What do you know about competence-based curriculum, and something you'd like to know about competency-based curriculum? What you know and what you'd like to know. And there is somebody who is asking on the chat, that is Sister Agnes. Kadri, what is the topic today? We are dealing with the topic today, competency-based curriculum, competency-based framework, and we shall also touch something to do with the multiple intelligence. But go to your chat. Write something you know about competency-based curriculum, that is CBC, and what you'd like to learn. You do it on the chat. Now, Grace is saying that CBC is learner-based. Jiro Benedict, CBC is learner-centered. Caroline Akenyi, CBC emphasizes on hands-on skills. Thank you, Caroline. Vivo, and please, if you're able to rename your name, instead of using your phone name, you can just go to the setting and give us your name. Vivo I21, CBC holistic. Then there is Judith Akinyi, CBC is learner-centered. And also, as you write what you know, kindly write what you'd like to learn. So in one chat, so that you can read both. CBC is a holistic curriculum. Dennis Ogeto, I know about assessment tools. Purity Karishu, a type of curriculum that is based on the learner. I believe you are talking of learner-centered. If it's based on the learner, I believe you're talking of learner-centered. CBC is learner-centered curriculum. CBC is learner-centered. It is all-out curriculum. CBC is learner-centered. Rebecca Mumu, I want to know how best to implement it. In course of this year, the whole of introductory module, by the end of introductory module, Rebecca will have known how to implement CBC, and even the other session that we'll be having in the future, they are meant to help you to know how to implement the CBC. Leoninda, CBC is practical. Peter, CBC is skill. I hope, Leoninda, I believe you wanted to say that CBC is skill oriented. But Mr. Bett is saying CBC is expensive. How? I don't know how expensive it is. That is a point of debate. Josephine. So, CBC is learner-centered. Caroline, CBC help to national learners' ability. CBC is learner-centered. Daniel Dabuki. It is a curriculum geared toward globalization of education in Kenya. Thank you, Daniel. That is Dolphin Orodo. It nurtures learner, talent, and career growth. CBC is an inclusive curriculum. CBC is talented. And make sure that you put something so that even when we are looking for your attendance, we can see you also participated in learning, because we will save all these charts and we'd like to see that everybody participated. CBC emphasizes on talent. We have talked about the nurturing every learner potential. CBC center on learners' ability and talent. Maybe Daniel, CBC enhances competencies. That is what the learner can do with the knowledge, skill, and attitude. It advocates on inclusive. I hope it is inclusivity. CBC emphasizes on learners' skills, that is Mwenesi. Irene Jeru, CBC is curriculum aimed at meeting need of modern learner by nurturing their potential. Irene Jeru. Then Anne Mogoi, educators for all levels of learners. I want to learn how to assess it. You learn about the assessment later, even the tool for assessment. CBC enhances learner potential, that is Stanley. Technospark, CBC is practical in nature. And Niall Tunza, CBC equip learners with appropriate skill and knowledge. I would like to know the cycle of CBC. I don't know what you mean by cycle of CBC. You could have elaborated. I want to learn the role of head teacher in CBC. Remember yesterday you are told that this time we are dealing with introductory module, whereby we are going to learn, we are being introduced to teacher professional development. But after 1 year, the head teachers and the teachers will have their own independent module. The head teachers will have instructional leader module, and that is now where you will indulge on the role of head teacher in CBC. But in this module, we are dealing with introduction. But even in course of this module, we are going to tease out some of your roles as we go along. Zachary, and the person who had asked that question is Alice Joki. Zachary Odik, CBC enable learner to discover by themselves. And Kaguri Isaac, CBC take care of learners' skill. And there are so, then I want to know how I want to read this one. I want to know how CBC is linked to Vision 2030. Remember, one of the rationale for CBC is to equip the learner with skill, knowledge, and skill that will help us to achieve Vision 2030. So the person who have asked that question, that's a very good question. For us to achieve Vision 2030, there was a need to reform our curriculum so that we can have the learners, especially those who are trained in STEM, so that you'll be able to acquire skill that will help us to achieve Vision 2030. So one of the reasons why the curriculum has to be reformed is for us to achieve Vision 2030. Thank you for that. It was asked by Nokia C1. My work, CBC passes key competencies, value, knowledge, and attitude, and 21st century. Thank you everybody for, there's more than 100 responses. And if I did not read your responses, we will be looking at them later. Dennis Ogola, CBC premise on constructivist theory of learning. Yes. Those who have led the framework, they understand what you mean by constructivist theory. They are there in the CBC framework. Those are the theories under which the CBC are premised. There are many theories if you read the framework. And I hope Dennis Ogora have read the framework, and later we'll give you a chance to tell us what you understand by CBC being premised on constructivist theory of learning. Thank you. So thank you very much for responding to that. And now I want us now to proceed further and look at I want us to look at that case study. I want you to read that case study before we proceed. There is a case study too there. Read the excerpt below and let's go to the question. There are two questions at the bottom, but I would like you to begin from the sentence that is talking, finding indicated. The rest are just introduction. It was done by KICD. Know where it is located in Ghana, but I want you can begin from the findings. There is a sentence reading, findings indicated that youth and employment concern, life skills consideration, and the national development goal significantly influence the adoption of competency-based curricula. There was a positive relationship between youth and employment, life skills, education, national development goals, and the adoption of competency-based curriculum reforms in Kenya. The study recommended a collaborative approach involving all stakeholders to ensure the adoption does not suffer the same fate as the soon-to-be replaced 844 system. The study also recommended adequate government support through adequate funding, training of teachers, and equipping of schools. Identify some of the challenges facing the 844 that were identified. And this, you can light on the chat, but I would like also to give people a chance now to talk. Based on what we have led, I would like to unmute so that you can tell us some of the challenges that you have identified facing the CBC. I can see Maso Ajiro and Gladys Ashoki, your hands are up. I don't know whether you want to respond to the first question. I'm going to give you a chance now to talk. You can light on the chat, but I'm also going to unmute people now to start talking. Now let me give James Shomba, then I'll come to Caroline. James, you can unmute yourself. James, I have unmuted yourself. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'm James Chomba from Kirinyaga County, and from the all I can say is that the question number one, identify some challenges facing the 844 that were identified by the study. My response is that the study found that so many youth are unemployed, meaning there are no jobs for the youth. 844 is not equipping people to fit in the job market. And also maybe I may also add another one from the study is that we find that they were lacking skills. The 844 system was not able to equip learners with the skills. So when they go to the job market, they are not fit to the requirement of the employer or the government or those who are offering in the job market. They are not fit for the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James, for that response. Thank you. Let me now unmute Caroline Akinyi.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yes, now challenges with 8441 is that it encouraged competition among learners instead of equipping learners with skills. Then, number 2, it was too abstract for learners. So you'll find most of the time learners just imagined of the occurrences. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. And we are talking of when we talk about CBC, we can also thank you for bringing the young ones. At least they'll have an experience that CBC will involve lifelong learning when they hear you learning. And then we go to Pelis Afwande. I'm just sampling. Pelis.
Okay, CBC also 844 was very theoretical instead of being practical.
As I said, identify some challenges facing 844 from the above study. Theoretical, from being practical, instead of being practical.
And
Yes,
hence leading to unemployment.
What about when they come to national goals of education? How did you understand about that? There was something to do with the national goals of education. Paris, I think we have lost, you have lost to then. Let me go to Margaret Watiri. I want somebody to respond to what you are, when we talk about national goals of education, life skills consideration. If Margaret is Aswani Abel.
Yes, I am Margaret.
Okay, continue.
I wanted to contribute on the challenges facing 844. From what we have read, the learners had inadequate life skills to cope with the job market.
Okay, thank you. The learners had inadequate skills.
Yes, life skills.
Okay, thank you. What about when it comes to national goals of education? Did the 844 help us to achieve the national goals of education from your understanding? If you read the case study. Okay, although we will come to that later, but thank you, Madam Margaret, for that. And then there is somebody by the name User. You had this app. User, you can unmute and tell us your name and respond.
Yes, my name is Susan, and my name is Susan Kamau. From the National Goals of Education, the system is supposed to produce people that are self-reliant, but with 844, the products of 844 are job seekers instead of being job creators, and so they become a burden to the economy and to the country at large.
Thank you, Madam Susan. So I have renamed you so that I can be able now to refer you to a name. Thank you very much for that contribution. But 844 turned the youth into job seekers instead of job creators. And I can just read from the chart. 844 is very theoretical. It's not cater for those who are able to score exams. The runners are not fully prepared for job market. 844 is exam oriented, not fully involving a stakeholder. It has led to unemployment, a very growing lack of skill to the learners, hence leading to job seekers instead of creating jobs. Now, I would like us to go to question number 2. Discuss the impact of those challenges on the overall development of the country. What will be the income of a lack of skill leading to unemployment lack of life skills, and the 844 part 3 did not help us to realize our national goals of education. What would be the consequences, or what will be the impact of those challenges? Then I would like to unmute Musenya Kirui. I'm trying to.
Yes, Madam. So
Madam, continue.
When the 844 learners or the 844 citizens are out there in the field with a lot of ideas, with a lot of theories, but no skills, at the end of it, you'll find that most of them will be unemployed. And that means our country will be having a lot of poor people because they have a lot in their minds, but they can do nothing. At the end of it, poverty will. So that is where CBC intervenes.
Thank you. Thank you. Saying that if people lack skill, it means our country will lag behind in terms of development. I'm trying to look, I'm looking for the other agenda. Let me unmute Dennis Ogora. Dennis, what will be the impact? Dennis Ogora, if you're with us, what will be the impact of those challenges? If Dennis is not ready, I want to unmute Walter.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Yes, one of the consequences out of the challenges mentioned will be there will be lack of values because 844 does not focus so much on value, societal values. So there will be no respect for one another. There will be no respect for the value that's supposed to unite us as citizens of this country.
Thank you very much.
That is what we'll end up with.
Thank you very much for pointing us very critical. But on all, even in 844, there were values, but they were not that prominent.
Yes.
And thank you very much. But now they are being emphasized on curriculum design. Thank you very much, Dennis, for that. Then I would like to hear from Walter. I had unmuted Walter. I don't know whether Walter is still with us. You had it still up.
Okay.
Yes, continue, Walter.
Also, my name is Walter. Also, the other problems about the skill, we've been hearing that we are producing engineers who cannot be able to construct our roads. And so this is now also, our youths have not been employed as a result of that. So CBC is imparting that, now the skills that will enable us now to contract our own Kenyans because they'll have the skills to build these roads and other constructions.
Thank you, Walter, for stating that the 844 has led to inadequate skill, and that is why we are importing manpower from outside, and CBC is trying to lead. Those are some of the gaps that we talked about later. But from the chart, Pamela Okul is saying it will lead to low capital income, hence low rate of investment and economic development if these challenges persist. And then Miriam Mwangi, unable to identify learners' talent, that is the impact of 844. And Anne Naswa, 844 blood competition for higher grade without dwelling on the practical. Esther Kateri, 844 graduate lack patriotism. Thank you, Esther, for bringing up the issue of national goals of education. Lack of patriotism, one of the goals of education. Selfishness has taken center stage among Kenya. If you look at what is happening in Kenya, it is you can tell outright that the 844 did not help us to adequately achieve the goals of education. Not all of them, but part 3 did not help us to achieve some of the goals of education. Dennis is saying that high crime rates due to unemployment. Those are some of the impact I was looking at. High crime, if the youth become unemployed, we expect the crime rates to go up. And the reason why these are, the unemployment may come as a result of lack of skill or high wastage due to the fact that 844 is exam oriented. If only 18% make it to university, what about the 82%? That is the wastage you are talking about. So thank you very much for all those who have responded, even in the chat. I'm reading from the chat. Like Moses is saying, I was looking for that. Moses saying unemployment lead to low living standard. Yeah, that means the poverty will increase. And Evelyn Mululi, Alana is judged by 1 mean exam. That is 844 and high exam rate. Thank you very much for responding to that case study. I just wanted us to jog our mind. We reflect back on 844 as we embark on CBC, so that we understand where we are coming from. And that is why we are saying that when we talk about competency-based curriculum, we need to ask ourselves what we mean by the word competency. And it simply means that is competency is that ability for a learner to apply knowledge, skill, and attitude to perform a task. That means that whatever you will be teaching your learner in class should be geared toward acquiring a skill that learner will be able to do something in the future. Depending on every level the learner is, the learner should be able to do something using the knowledge that you are giving that learner. Not, as people said, 844 used to be theoretical and abstract, but CBC is emphasizing on what the learner can do with the skill that you are giving them. Yesterday, there is a young person who told me that he's an 844 graduate, but the person was telling me she has a lot of problem because she did not proceed with her education beyond 844, and now she is experiencing challenges in life because she does not have any meaningful income. Then I asked myself, if a Form 4 graduate is saying that I did not proceed with education, I don't have adequate skill to do anything that can bring in a income to him or herself, I thought about the rationale behind the CBC. And the government and other stakeholders was right to say that we should have a curriculum that is geared toward acquiring of skill, because a Form 4 graduate should have skill to do something that is meaningful or something that can bring him or her income. And also CBC is meant to equip to assert the belief that individuals are lifelong learners. Learning start from birth and it will end with death. So every day is a learning experience, so that even when the learners leave our education institution, they will continue learning, because the world we are living today is based on information. And if you stop learning, even if you're out of school, you are going to miss a lot and you will not be able to survive. So we need to inculcate that among the learners, that learning is lifelong. And also CBC is meant toward the skill attainment. I talked about the learning we are giving the learner in class. It should help the learner to do something, not just to answer a question, yes or no, or to write an essay, but what can a learner do with that knowledge you are giving them? If you train the learner on how to deal with the problem to do with the malnutrition, that is the only part of it. What is the learner expected to do with that knowledge on how to deal with malnutrition or nutrition in their life? It means the knowledge should be geared toward helping the learner to come up with ideas on how the learner can go and solve the same problem at home, maybe by coming up with a kitchen garden, whereby the learner is able to plant vegetables. But if you just train the learner theoretical knowledge that will not help, the learner will not be able to transfer that skill to solve a problem. That is the time then we are saying our curriculum will not be serving the community right. So anything you will be training the learner in class, it should be geared toward acquiring skill that can be implemented. If you train the learner on soil erosion, the learner should be able to go and curb soil erosion at home by planting trees or by building gabions. Those are the skills we are talking about. At the long run, you will be able even to improve our environment. So that is That is the reason what is competency-based curriculum. That is curriculum that will equip the learners with the skill that they can be able to do something. And then we need to ask ourselves, what are characteristics of competency-based curriculum? Meaning, it is specific measurable competencies. Those are the skills that are measurable, meaning we are able to see what the learner can do with the knowledge that we are giving them. And the content that the teaching that you will be offering the learners in class should be geared toward bringing a certain change in the learner. That is what we are talking of, content based on learner's outcome. What kind of a change do you want the learner to undergo? When you are teaching those learners, maybe on hygiene and nutrition, what is the learning? What change do you expect those learners to undergo? Do you expect the learner who will be able to take care of him or herself in terms of hygiene? Then we are talking of continuous learner improvement until mastery of content. Here we are saying CBC is self-paced. We will not treat all the learners equal. We need to know there are those who are time takers and those who acquire skill very fast. Therefore means we need the learning approaches or the teaching approaches in CBC to ensure that learners learn at their own pace until they master the concept. And that is why we are saying there will be use of a variety of instruction strategies. We are not going to embark on one because, as we are going to find out later, the multiple intelligence theory, if you have a class of 40 learners, you have 40 unique learners that require you to vary your instructional strategies in order to meet their need. There are those learners who learn better through practicals. There are those learners who learn better through group discussion or through group work. There are those that you learn better, maybe through debate. Then how do you incorporate all those instructional strategies to ensure that you cater for each and every learner? Then it will focus on what learner need to know. Meaning CBC will only be meant to help the learner to learn what they need to know, that's something that will help them, not something abstract, just for the sake of it. But what will the learner do with that education? And is it what the learner wants to know? And the pacing instruction on learner need, I have talked about that. Now, the CBC will be based on it will pace learning depending on the learner's need. What does the learner need and what is the pace of learning? I've talked about those who learn very fast, those who are time takers, but as we meet their need, we should meet their need at their own pace. And that is why we should be dealing with the event coming up. We shall be dealing with IEP, individualized education program, in order to cater for each and every learner. And there's a type of CBC that the learner will demonstrate the competence, what they can do with that knowledge. After you train the learner, you need to give them an option. Are they able to demonstrate what they have learned? That is very important. Now, I want us now to deal with that, to ask ourselves, there is a question here, so it is a link. Read the article and respond to the question below. Identify the difference between it for and CBC identified by the author in the link. I'm going to put this link on the chat so that I have put the link on the chat, and it talks about let me if you access the link, it will take you to this page. The difference between 844 and CBC education system that students and parents should note. So that if you click the link, you are going, it is going to take you to that site, whereby it is talking about the difference between 844 and CBC. Hoping you're able to access. Remember, you're talking of digital literacy. And you should also, you should be able to, remember digital literacy is a core competence in CBC, so you should be able to navigate this So we are saying one of the things I can say, the reform is likely to lead to increased in government expenditure. Since the book are printed, teachers, those are some of the impact. The two systems are distinguished based on the following characteristics. CBC is learner-based. Thus, parents have to dig deeper into their pocket to provide all the learning materials for their siblings. To get knowledge, that's expensive, but the government is doing something on the same. While 844 is teacher-based. I want you to tease out that CBC is learner-based, but 844 is teacher-based. Those are some of the differences I want you to tease out. Whereby it is the role of the teacher-based, is the role of load pass knowledge and make sure learner understand. Another point here is CBC is skill-oriented. Thus allowing learners to specialize in areas of interest, thus promoting invention and innovation. I hope you are noting those points. While 844 was examination-oriented, some of you have talked about that. Another point, CBC breaks school monotony as learning years and level are divided into throat, thus minimizing dropout. 844 takes, that is the structure. CBC teachers act as a guide. And we also take note of that. And learning as an accelerator, that's free from workload and pleasure. While 844, they are the core main character because learning fully depend on their stored knowledge and skill. I hope you are taking note of that. So the article was supposed to tease out that. I hope you have been able to tease out those differences between CBC and 844. Now I would like to hear from you. You can write in the chat, or I can still unmute you and so that the question lead the article and respond to the question below. Identify the difference between 844. Based on your knowledge of the two curricula, identify other difference between them. To what extent do you agreed with the view? Let me, as you write on the chat, let me unmute those whose hand are up. TechnoSpark 8C. Continue.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, I'm Jane from Nakuru County.
You are Jane?
Yes, from Nakuru County.
Okay.
Yes, and I've noted that CBC is learner-based. One difference between CBC and 844 is that CBC is learner-based.
Continue.
While 844 is teachers-based. Number two, CBC is skill-oriented, while 844 is examination-oriented. Then another difference is that in CBC, teacher act as a guide, while in 844, teacher act as an accelerator of learning.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Jane. You have brought out 3 points. I want to go to Frederick Rashanja. Anything would like to add on?
I've learned that CBC is somehow expensive because learners the parents are supposed to dig deeper into their pockets, whereas 844 is just to impart knowledge to the students.
Okay,
that's one thing that I've learned from the link.
Thank you. You did not tell us where you come from. You know, you are 21 counties. Where you come from?
I come from Kirinyaga County.
Thank you. I can hear people from Kirinyaga. You are the second one from Kirinyaga. Thank you. Then, let me, Dennis, you have talked before. Musenya, you have talked before. Let me hear from Vivo Y21.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, so for me here, I've learned that 844 is much of, it's theoretical, while CBC equips learners with practical skills, hence become self-reliant. And I think also The difference is that 844 is cheaper and accessible, while CBC is expensive and it is more. It cannot be accessed by all the learners. Yeah, I think that is all.
What is your name and where you are county?
Yeah, I'm Eunice. I'm Eunice from Nandi County. Eunice from Nandi County.
Thank you, Madam Eunice from Nandi County. I have renamed your phone. And thank you for, although when it comes to being expensive, remember there is a task force that is looking on that. And remember that report was written an year ago. So the issue to do with the cost of CBC will be addressed. So that should not be a reason to worry. There is a task force in place, and one of the reasons that I know they are going to address on that. And thank you for bringing out that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eunice from Nandi. Now, let me see what people are saying on the chat, because there are so many. CBC is skill oriented, or 844 is exam oriented. There are so many responses. I hope and 844 led to unhealthy competition where Alana was judged on what CBC skill based 844 is exam, that is Irene Jeru. Then Irene Gomez, CBC accommodate all learners or 844 go with those who are obliged. We have noted that. There is a link, the one here, I want to read it. I tell you that 384 did not promote patriotism. That I think that is response to what we are talking about before. CBC teacher is a guide. Then there is Hamisi Blumashi. CBC is hands-on while 844 is hands-off. And there is Debola. CBC break the monotony while 844 is monotonous. Remember this aspect of CBC being break monotony because it is divided into different levels from the EXA. And Susan Kamau is saying CBC is skill oriented, but 844 is exam oriented. Thank you very much, even for those who have responded on the chat about the difference between. But I would like somebody to talk about the last question here. I want to unmute somebody to talk about, to what extent do you agree with the view expressed by the author? To what extent do you agree with the, and I would like, let me ask somebody to respond to that. Miriam Makungu, to what extent do you agree?
Sorry, I had wanted to respond to the other question, but it's okay. I agree.
You can start with them, then you come with, then you talk about
the other points have been said, only that I want to reinforce that CBC involves other stakeholders. And you have seen the uproar of parents that they have been taken back to class. Yeah, so I want to agree with the views of the author in that it is true. CBC is a better curriculum because it is all round, it breaks monotony, and though a bit expensive, but it puts into consideration all pupils despite their ability. Like I'm from Bungoma County and I teach in a special school. Our children are fully involved, unlike 844, whereby they only focused on academics. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Miriam, you is from Bungoma?
Yes, I'm from Bungoma County.
Thank you very much for even saying that the parents are not happy because they've been taken back to class. But they're only just supporting their learners. They are not being taken back. And that is why we need them in CBC so they can even know what the type of learning that is taking place. But eventually the parents are getting used to that. Thank you very much, Miriam.
Okay.
Now, I would like to hear an opinion from Rebecca Mumo. Rebecca Mumo.
Thank you very much. My name is Rebecca from Machakos County. And yes, I tend to agree with the author regarding that CBC is really the way to go in order for us to meet the 2030 goals. And mainly because CBC allows for a level of equality, and all the schools in the country will be able to do this curriculum equally. And of course, there is the issue of ICT and being digital literate, which is going to help, of course, the cohorts. And the innovation and invention, which is really encouraged, and allowing the learners to use knowledge that they learn instead of just in 844 where you learn so much stuff which you never end up using in life. But CBC is encouraging the learners to actually use the knowledge and skills that they have learned, they apply them, and so they will come out being able to survive in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rebecca, for that insightful thoughts, even about innovation and how the runners will apply the skill. Thank you very much for that. And even for those who are, thank you for, I know there are so many hands that are up, but due to interest of time, we'll continue this discussion in other activities. Adam, of course, I'll be able to give majority of you, as much of you a chance to talk. But on the chat, there's somebody who is saying here that Deborah, 844 discourages learners because of ranking and competition. Or CBC is encouraging learners because it identifies learners' unique characteristics. Thank you, Deborah, for bringing out. That is in the chat. That will grow the CBC boost learners' self-esteem. And also in Phoenix Smart, CBC's learner center that it for is teacher centered. Thank you. So that is from that, those who have read that article, we have been able to discuss those the differences between the CBC and 844. Now we are talking of curriculum. CBC is a curriculum reform, and the reason, one of the reasons why the reform were brought out is there was a realization that the previous curriculum were not able to adequately help the runners to achieve the national goals of education. And the CBC came to address that, to ensure that the curriculum that we have will be able to address, it will be able to help the learner to achieve the national goals of education. And now I want us to look at those national goals of education we are talking about. One, we are talking about fostering nationalism. That is, and I want you to be, work with me with this goal, because we are going to go back to the padre. And then we are going to answer the question, identify the goal that in your opinion were not fully met. It is not that 844 did not meet the goal, but they were not fully met by previous education system, and you give reason. You are going to answer that in the padre. I'm going to give you the link on the chat. But let us now go through the 8 national goals. Goal number 1, the education in Kenya is supposed to foster nationalism, patriotism, and promote national unity. Number 2, it's supposed to promote socio-economic, technological, and industrial need for development. Number 3, promote individual development and self-reliance. Number 4, promote sound moral and religious values. Number 5, promote social equity and responsibility. And number 6, promote respect for and development of Kenya rich and varied cultures. I want now to, we are going to go back to our Padlet. Let me give you the link to our Padlet. And I want you to respond to that question. The goals that were so I have put the link for the Padlet. You click and log in, and then in that I want you to respond to the question, identify goals that in your opinion are not fully met by the previous education system and give reason for your answer. You can see people have started to At this time, I expect everybody to log in and say something. Which goal? And give, don't just mention the goal. Which goal and what is the, why do you think it was not fully met? I have repasted the link again. You mentioned the goal and you have a now there's some people who are raising their hands. I don't know what might be the problem. Jane, your hand is up. Don't know whether if it is possible, you can lower your hand. Now, I can see the first response. Identify the goal in your opinion. 844 did not promote individual development and self-reliance, bro. It was exam-based theoretical. It was exam-based and theoretical. Meaning, it means the learners may not have acquired the skill that will help them to be self-reliant, for example, being self-employed. And somebody saying, did not fully meet the goal on promoting moral and religious values, since many schools are being banned, high level of discipline, high level of morality. Thank you. You like the goal and you like the reason. Another one, promote individual development, fulfillment. We're not fully involved in learning process. That is in the previous regime. Foster nationalism, patriotism, and promote national unity, tribalism and political. I want to read that one. Tribal and political intolerance is common. That is true. We have a lot of tribalism and lack of intolerance. On the chart, goal number 3, student exit 844 do not have skill for self-fulfillment. But I'm encouraging people to log into the third rate because I want to retain this. And I'll be reflecting back. I want to see what you wrote on the third rate. Let me put the link again in case somebody is saying, I have put the link again. Irene Gomez, you can check the link now. Now, individual development and self-reliant learners are unable to self-employ themselves, but look for white-collar jobs. Somebody talking about technology skill were not fully met since few schools. Technology, since few schools embrace the use of ICT. Let me promote social equality and response. 844 promoted social inequality due to the assessment modes. It social inequality. There is somebody talking about goals on industrial and economic development was not met because most learners graduate without industrial or technological skills. I'm looking for, it did not promote socio-economic and political aspect of the country. It is because people are tribal. Yes, when you talk about patriotism and we are still becoming politically intolerant, there is tribalism, there is violence. It means our education system have partly failed, did not fully meet the goal on promoting moral and religious values. That one I have read before. 844 did not foster social, economic, and industrial development. Since learners acquire practical skills, continue writing, and I hope you are able to make sure that you read other people comment and met goals in it for goal number 2. It did not resort into technological. It did not resort into, I'm looking for that. I want to read goal number 2. Something to do with goal number. It did not resort into technological and indigenous. It does the front end for us. A country, we import some of technical products by young product by young learners in developed countries. That means it does not impact technological skill, and that is why we rely on Western knowledge. Then there is another one here, goal number 3. Learners exited for 4 are tribal, have no skill for self-fulfillment, and have no moral values. Tribalism is key in counters impact of failed curriculum, promotes out moral and religious values simply because 844 are more corrupt than societal values. People are talking of corruption. Why is corruption so rampant in Kenya? And yet we have a system of education that is supposed to curtail that. That's the question we need to, at a point of discussion. Did not meet the goal of digital development, self-reliance, since it was not skill-oriented. I'm encouraging as many of you to respond. Let me see what people are writing on the chat. Evelyn Mululi, did not promote individual and self-fulfillment. There are so many learners idling around. Nelly Sayoile did not promote sound and moral religious values, since there are so many cases of indiscipline in school. I'm looking at what people are saying on the chat. F7, education for national unit, 844 did not meet this, didn't meet this our national. Increase of more. The CBC collaboration learning is addressing this. Ernest Kigo did not meet socioeconomic and industrial need of learner because it has been very theoretical. That is goal number 2. Then there is Hatiba Kusumi, who is saying that I did not promote individual development of self-reliance, and Joseph Degwa does not. The previous system did not promote national unity because tribalism and sectionalism is on the rise because the opportunities for meeting are so limited. Goal number 1, 844 did not promote national unity since the runners were not able to interact in practice. It was so much division. And finally, Mwana Lucy Athmani did not promote respect for, did not promote, I was looking for, did not promote respect for the development of Kenya rich and varied culture. So thank you very much for all those who are posting their comments. There is another one here, good health and environmental protection. Then we are talking of global warming, we are talking of deforestation, destruction of forest, and that one should be one of the goals that we should be having, people who are able to protect our environment. That is why now we are experiencing a lot of changes in the climatic changes due to tampering with our environment. There is it did not promote cohesion in the country. Tribalism and nepotism is high. So thank you very much for those who are responding. And since the link is still open, you can continue to post your. I expected 246 responses, but I know some of them are on the chat because we need to see your valid opinion on the goals, and you have been able to bring out all the goals that they were not adequately met by the previous education system, meaning the previous education system have contributed to some of the challenges that we are facing today as a country, and therefore there was a need to bring a curriculum that will try and address that, and that is why now we are talking of CBC. So, and that is why in the article I was asking whether you are able to connect between the challenges that you are being mentioned and the national goals of education. Now, there is a connection between these national goals of education and the article that we have that we read earlier about the challenges of the first activity that we had earlier from the case study we talked about earlier. So those are some of the reason why we are. That's what we are saying about the national goals. And somebody is saying it did not produce promote individual development, unable to do things in their own since they lacked skill. It did not produce learners who are self-reliant and did not expose learners to practical skills. So thank you very much for all those who are responded. And during your free time, and especially when you are reflecting and when you are writing your reflection, you should be referring back to these responses and reflect what you used to believe and what you have learned, what you have learned on national goals of education. And I also expect you to put this one. If you have made a contribution through the address, I would like to see this in one of your e-portfolio. What is your experience on learning using digital device, collaborative tool? Because we want to inculcate digital literacy. This is part of digital literacy. Because even when you go back to our school, we should embrace ICT, especially when we are having even our meeting, when we're having various form of engagement. You can see how you can be able to involve others in a collaborative discussion. So thank you very much for those who have responded. And for we have said that almost each and every goal have been mentioned, that it was not adequately met. And the CBC is trying to come and bridge that gap. And finally, on the chart, 8.4 did not meet the aspect of national cohesion. Many people have talked about tribalism, even the post-election violence, which is still alive in our mind. People blamed the education system for failing to address that. Thank you very much for those who have responded. Now, I want us now to proceed further to basic education framework. Now, I want us now to think about where the CBC, we need to look at the CBC framework. And the CBC framework addresses there is a vision and mission statement. There is national goals of education. There are pillars for basic education curriculum framework. Even in that image, there is a core competencies, and there's the organization of basic education. That is what we are going to deal with when it comes to basic education framework. We're going to look at the vision, mission, national goals, pillars, core competencies, and organization. And there is another article. There is an article here that we were supposed to read. And the article click on the link and read on why we need curriculum reform in Kenya and respond to the following question. What do you understand by the big? There is before we briefly look at the framework, because we are going to look at the mission, vision. There is a link I have pasted. There is a link I have pasted so that we understand what we mean by the big shift. And when you click at that link, there is a document that you'll open. Let me try and share the document. So if you click the link, the link talk about curriculum reform in Kenya. Why do we need to reform our education? That is that we are talking of the big shift. From the previous system, we are talking of 7423, 1963 to 844 in 1985. Over the time, the system became academic and exam oriented, leading to 3 key problems. And now we are talking of the new system. In response to the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and to achieve Kenya Vision 2030. Now people have been asking what is the difference between CBC and Vision 2030. Now here Vision 2030 comes in. We need to transform our education system toward developing 3 key components. And these are the 3 key components. I hope you are, I have given you the link. I hope you're able to access this document. We are talking about, there is a disconnect between school content and the world of work. We are talking about the 844. Youth unemployment is on increase. Many learners exit school without skill for work. You have talked about that before. So it is a kind of, we are just refreshing on what we have learned. Now, what is the big shift? Kenya economic is rapidly changing fast. Some of the jobs will be transformed by 2030. We need to prepare our children for new possibilities. So the 21st century demands systems who are more skilled. New systems seek to produce child with relevant competences. You can see the relationship between the CBC and 2030. We need to produce learners who will be able to fit in the jobs that will be fair, because the job market is changing. Then the other disconnect is realizing the national goals of education, which emphasize core values and principles such as nationalism, choice, equality, and responsibility. Then the shift is the school system need to mold learners to acquire values. That is now the CBC. And the value-based education, parental involvement, pillars, new curriculum. The new system seeks to produce a child who has good character. And the third, remember you're dealing with the three. I hope you are noting the big shift between the three. The third one is disconnect. With the need of 21st century, which has been dubbed as a knowledge and a skill age that demand new set of competence, we need now to shift to creativity. The 21st century is a society in which knowledge and well thought out idea are key source of economic growth. The school system need to develop Kenya who are able to creatively solve problems. So when we talk about the three key components, we are talking of competency, character, and creativity. And then you can read the rest of the, the rest of the article talked about the 7 core competencies. So I just wanted to think about the three. And then after that, we need now to go back to our question and we ask ourselves, what do you understand by the big, what do you understand by the big shift? And I want you to respond to that. I want you to go direct to this link and briefly in 2 minutes, you put down what you understand by big shift, or if you experience problem accessing the link, you can go to slido.com and put the code. Kindly go to, and then you what do you, from the three components we have talked about, what do you understand by the big shift? If you're not able to go through using the link, you can go to slido.com and then you put the code that is already displayed. And briefly tell me, what from the three components we have talked about, what do you understand by the big shift? I want to bring it into presentation mode and see whether there is anybody who have managed to log in. I don't please light the numbers. I can see people have started responding, but kindly don't light. I want the answers. Let me show you what you are. Let me bring the so that you can see what you are writing. This is the responses that is coming from you. Having read about curriculum reforming, what do you understand by the big shift? This is what I wanted from shifting from schooling theoretical to competencies, change from people are saying anonymous revolution, curriculum, content, moral, work, literacy, values, change from one curriculum to another. Remember, I have talked about the character. We have, if you can remember the article we have read, and you still have somebody. Even you are talking of a big shift. Literacy improved. I wanted to know what is the big shift from the article, the one that you have read. Can see only 16 people have been able to log in and have been able to respond. But the big shift, you are talking about revolution, you are talking about CBC, you are talking about more of a great change. People are saying it is a transformation, character, a great, I don't know, a great change. So those are creativity. Something we are talking of. Remember, we started with the youth and employment. Remember, we said we need to give learners skill so that they'll be able to participate in the. They'll be able to participate in the vision, in the achievement of Vision 2030. That is one thing. Those are some of the things you should be thinking about when we talk about big shift. And I can read from the chart. It refers to the creativity, skill, and academic change in our education system. And just to refresh your mind, we talked about, we are moving from, we are talking competency, character, and creativity. Whereby we are talking of unemployment and lack of skill to equipping learners with skill to achieve Vision 2030. We also talk about the national goal for education that are not more emphasized on previous curriculum, but now in CBC, there is need to acquire values and support peace, national unity. And we also talk about creativity. We are talking of need for 21st century, whereby the world is rely on knowledge. And when it comes to the shift, the 21st century is a society in which knowledge and well thought out ideas are key. That is what we talked about. And that is what we are talking about, the big. And then thank you very much for those who are trying to respond by saying a big shift. We are talking of bringing creativity. I can see issue to do with the skills. We are talking of competences. Somebody have talked about values. I don't know what you mean by content. But all in all, a big shift is we are talking from we are talking of making learners being creative, impacting learners with the skill that will help us to acquire Vision 2030, and making learners to be able to survive in 21st century skill in an era of information age. Thank you very much. Even for those who are responding in the chat, what they understand by the big shift, moving from academic. There's someone saying Nokia G21, moving from academic and exam oriented to developing competencies and character creativity. Lucy Mwangi, bringing creativity and innovation in the world of learning. And then Galaxy tab, big shift means observe, evaluate, analyze practical, critical skill, and the significant and practical paradigm shift in the education sector, that is RK. Paul Murwa, it refers to change that we expect from 84 to CBC. And Joel Nyaku, the big shift is great change from 84 learning way to CBC that equip learners with skill to achieve Vision 2030. Thank you very much for those who are responding. You can continue responding through the app. I'll be able to look at, I'll be able to access your responses later. So when we talk about the big shift, we are talking of moving from the previous system of education to the current CBC in order to equip the learners to be able to acquire skill, to participate fully in the 21st century skill, and also to participate in Vision 20, the attainment of Vision 2030, and also require to be able to achieve the national goals of education and the values that are entrenched. Then when you talk about the basic education framework, it has vision and mission. And there are 3 pillars in basic education framework. The first pillar is value-based education. The other one is guiding principles, and the other one is theoretical approaches. Remember, there's somebody who talked about constructivism. There was a theory that was mentioned by some, I don't know whether it is Dennis. It is part, the CBC is anchored on certain theories. When we talk about theory, we are talking of the principles that have been formed by an expert. That is the expert opinion on the best curriculum that will be able to help the learner to acquire knowledge. And there are various theories that if you download the basic education curriculum framework and read, you'll be able to see those theories. And then there is guiding principles and the value-based education. Let us now look at the vision. What is the vision of CBC? One, the vision of CBC is an engaged and empowered and ethical citizen. So if somebody asks you what is the vision of CBC, we need to have learners who are engaged, who are empowered, and who are ethical. And we are talking over for learners to be engaged, to be empowered, and to be unethical. We need to engage them in excellent teaching. That is teaching that will impact knowledge, skill, and competences, so that those learners will be engaged in our economy, they will be empowered through the skill, and those are the learners that will be ethical. And then we need to have excellent school environment. The environment in which learners are learning, are they learner-friendly environment? Or is it an environment that will make the learner feel that the learner is safe to be in school? The learner is getting the right knowledge, skill, and attitude from the content that is being delivered. There is a right relationship between the conducive relationship between the learners and the teachers. And the environment also accommodates other stakeholders to participate in the education. Then the learners need the right, there is need for the right resources. You cannot talk of an engaged and empowered and ethical citizen in a curriculum that does not provide required resources, meaning will not be able to achieve the objective of that curriculum. Meaning we need, for that to be achieved, we require a lot of resources. And resources does not only mean they want to be bought. In CBC, we are talking of improvisation. And that is why people are saying that CBC is expensive, because people are not looking at CBC from improvisation point of view. That is why we are talking of innovation. We don't have to buy everything, so that we can be able to say that we are fully implemented CBC. Then we are talking of sustainable and visionary curriculum that will be sustainable in terms of funding, and the curriculum that will be sustainable in terms of other resources. That is a curriculum that can be predictable. That we talk about sustainable and visionary curriculum. That is curriculum that will be able even to forecast the skills that are needed for the future jobs. Remember, the jobs are changing very fast. Then how will the learner that we are training today be prepared for the future job? We are talking of the world whereby we are talking of the world of robotics, the world of coding, meaning that the education system that you're having in Kenya should be preparing the learners in that kind of the world, where some of the job will be taken by robots. Or we also need to train our, especially in TVET, where the robotic are used when it comes to teaching and learning. And also we need a curriculum that will meet the world-class standards, so that the type of learners we are training in Kenya will be able to work everywhere in the world. That is the vision that we have for CBC. And engaged, empowered, and ethical, meaning the learner must be exposed to excellent teaching, teaching that meet the learner's need, as we said earlier, excellent school environment that is safe and conducive to the learning. There is provision of resources, and there's a curriculum that is sustainable and visionary, meaning it's curriculum that will be able to go to the future and meet the need of the future generation. And also the world-class standard, our curriculum that is match the standard of the world, so that we are able to, our learners are able to meet the global standard. Then how do we get there? That is a mission. How do we get to a level of producing the learner that is engaged, empowered, and ethical? We will only be able to reach there if we nurture every learner potential. Meaning, we realize that all learners are successful, that we don't have failures. So we have been grading our learners, giving them ease and calling them poor. But we don't have learners that are poor, and we do not have, we don't have learners, we don't have failures in CBC. What we need to know is that every learner has a potential, and we need to nurture that potential. Even if a learner is good in sport, the learner is good in music, the learner is good in art, the learner is good in science and social studies, we need to nurture that. We don't need to treat all learners are equal. We need to nurture their potential. And we can only nurture their potential if we're able to identify the potential. And that is the hallmark of CBC, identifying learners' potential, and then we nurture them. If then a learner is good in art, let nurture that potential. We should not force the learner to go and do engineering, or the learner is where the potential of that learner is to become a musician. We have so many musicians who undertook engineering courses in university in Kenya, and currently they are entertaining us through failure songs. I know you know them. Meaning, our 844 did not follow this path of nurturing every learner potential. All of us were given the same yardstick to pass KCSE and to pass KCSE. If you fail, then you are done. But CBC will be looking at how can we nurture every learner potential. That will be very important when it comes to CBC. I don't know whether there's anybody who would have to contribute toward the vision and mission. I would like to open the floor. What is your comment on vision and mission of CBC? Do you think as a country we will be able to achieve that based on our education standard or commitment toward education? Anybody with a comment? You can raise up your hand, I'll mute you, then Aswani Abel. Aswani.
Hello.
Yes, what is your comment on
yes,
mission?
what we need. Yes, the mission and the vision are achievable. What we require is the goodwill.
Goodwill.
Because actually, if look at the vision, for instance, it is achievable so long as there is the goodwill to do what we have accepted to ourselves to do. That we can engage our learners, we can empower them, and of course, at the end of the day, we are producing ethical students who will be able to fit in a side that is decided by the universe and not only in Kenya. In terms of the mission, it is still achievable because it doesn't need much. You look at, you realize that every child, every person in this country has got something that he can do to his satisfaction, and of course, do it well. What is required is to give these people the potential, give them the opportunity to do what they can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swani, for your comment. Then I want to go to somebody. I'm looking for somebody who have not. Let me give this opportunity to Anastasia Motuko.
Thank you. I am Anastasia from Makueni County. Hello.
Yes, continue.
Under the vision of CBC, I've learned that it's aimed at producing learners that are engaged, empowered, and at the same time ethical. And this is achievable through excellent teaching. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Anastasia, for your comment. Now I'm looking at James Shomba. I'm looking at James. Can unmute. James, you can unmute if.
Okay. Thank you. My point on the mission, nurturing every runner potential, whereby I may underpoint and say CBC is a good one because there is no failure in CBC. Every runner has to be channeled in an area where he or she can do the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there is a comment by Rebecca. I know Rebecca Mumo, you had this up, but you have said achievable, though there is need to bring everyone attitude on board to a positive one. Your hand has been up, but thank you for responding through the chat. I'm trying to look at those who I have not given a chance to talk before, but thank you for that. There is also Nelly Soyeira. As long as all education stakeholders are willing, the vision can easily be achieved. And for it be achieved, vision and mission are achievable with availability of necessary resources and reasonable teacher-student ratio. I wanted to hear such comment because we have a vision and vision. These are ideal, but how achievable are they? Lois Wathaya, very nice. All learners are on board. Mission is very achievable. Android Brood Droid, Anne Mogoy, your name is Anne Mogoy. Yes, it is audible and check the setting. Okay. Check B. The mission will be achieved as long as the teachers are adequately equipped and have changed mindset on their learners. Thank you. And then let me read the last one from the chat. Josephine did that. The mission is achievable if all stakeholders play their role, including the parent. We should not complain that we have been taken back to class. And then Phyllis Museu, mission and vision are achievable if all stakeholders. People are talking of stakeholders, meaning CBC will be achievable if we bring stakeholders on board. And finally, let me unmute Lucy Mwangi. Lucy Mwangi.
Hello.
Lucy. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, continue.
Yes, the vision can adequately be achieved if all the stakeholders change their mindset and embrace that which is of CBC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucy, for that. And let me look at, Joseph, so that Joseph Kyoko, Milwaukee.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, CBC is achievable. Only that political goodwill, which involves funding and social factor, it is achievable. If at all, that the political goodwill will be followed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Joseph, that we need political goodwill for CBC, for the vision and mission to be, especially when it comes to resources in terms of teachers and teaching aids. You know, that one will depend on political goodwill. Thank you. There's so many hands that are up, but I'll be giving you opportunities later to talk. And then let us now continue to the next section, whereby we are talking of the CBC framework. That is how the CBC is structured. Remember, we are talking of levels. From that structure, you can see that the child is supposed to enter the schooling system at an age of 4. That is, as 4 years, you enter at pre-primary, but you'll take 2 years up to age 6. So that you enter grade 1, you go up to grade 3. So the pre-primary and grade 1 to grade 3, that is what we are calling the early years of education. Then from grade 4 to grade 9, we are calling it middle school education. from grade 4 to grade 9. And after grade 9, the learner will enter into senior school. And that is where now the specialization will take place. Whereby some learners will go to the line of STEM, others will go to social science, others will go to art, sport, and science. That is grade 10 to grade 12. That is for what we are calling age-based. But there is another tier for stage-based. This is whereby the learning will be based on the developmental stage of a learner. And that one will come for case for a special need education. Whereby we are talking of the foundation level. And this one may not be based on age. It will depend on when the learner is ready, after evaluation, when the learner is ready to enter into education system. Then from foundation to intermediate to pre-vocational and vocational. And in this stage, you can see that there is no specialization. The learners are going to the field of work. But even when the learners go to the field of work, you can still, even at the stage base, the learner may leave senior school and go to the field of work and come back to university or tertiary. But what is important is you can see there is arrows moving from stage-based to age-based, especially in pre-primary and foundation level. Meaning you may take a learner to regular school, but the learner is there. After assessment, the learner, there is identification of a kind of a special need, and the learner is taken to age-based. Also, the learner who enter into a stage-based, after going through the system of education and have acquired the developmental stage, maybe the learner entered foundational level because of speech problem. If the learner is able to speak adequately or fluently, the learner can go back to regular school. And this one will happen even to early years of education. That is from primary 1 to grade 3. The learners can move from stage-based to age-based depending on the needs of the learner. But when it comes to middle school, that is grade 4 to 6, the learner can only move from age-based to stage-based, but the learner cannot come back. Because there's some kind of a special need or disability that develop at that level, that may force the learner to go to special needs school. But then the learner will continue with that level. And that is how the CBC is structured. From pre-primary grade 1 up to grade 9, and the learner will specialize from grade 10 to 12. I remember the middle school now is being housed in our primary school. And then for the special needs are not left behind. There is also a structure for them, pathway for special needs. We are talking of from the middle school, we are talking, this is now the specialization. Here, when we talk about there is a specialization we are talking about, that is from grade 10 to 12, whereby from middle school, the learner will now specialize. Art and sport sciences, some will go to art and sport sciences, other will go to social sciences, other will go to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And when it comes to art, sport, and sciences, this is what the learner will do. The learner will undertake, there those will undertake sport sciences, others will do performing arts, others will do visual arts. When it comes to social sciences, we are talking of language and literature, humanity and business studies. Then we go to STEM, there is pure sciences, applied sciences, technical and engineering, and career and technology studies. So that is how the senior school is structured. And from there, the learners will go to tertiary education, that is the university, or the learner can go directly to the world of work because they will have acquired skill that you can make them to participate fully in the employment. Now, from the structure you have seen, I want to, before we go for a health break at 10:30, I would like to hear your comment from the structure that we have just discussed. Anybody would like to comment anything on the structure of CBC? You can raise up your hand. I can see a hand that are up. My Musenya, your hand is up. Susan Kamau, your hand is up. Mohammed, I would like to hear from Mohammed. Mwaushi. What is your opinion about the structure? Or Musenya, your mic is on.
Yes, so yes, from the structure, what I understand is that all the learners have been taken care of. From all the groups of the learners which we meet in the schools will be taken care of at the end of it, and will have nobody going to work. Nobody will not benefit from this education or this curriculum. I think CBC for every type of learning.
Thank you, Madam Musenya. And let me give this opportunity to Mohammed. Mohammed, your mic is on.
Yes, I was saying the structure is well outlined. The only problem is the availability of resources. If at all the stakeholders, which are parents, the government, and the other well-wishers could provide the materials, then this system could be the best. But for sure, we are struggling because sometimes you are supposed to perform some activities, which in real sense, they are supposed to be having some materials availed to the learners and teachers, and the materials are not there. Like in schools where the ICT materials are not there, no internet, no what. So you find out that it is difficult for that ICT integration to take place, which in most subjects, as I'm a teacher in primary school, almost in all subjects, you'll find that there's a link given down there where the teacher is supposed to take it and make sure that it's using it in class. Sometimes you have a smartphone which is small and the learners cannot even see properly what is supposed to be seen. So in such cases now makes the CBC a bit challenging, but otherwise, if all things are availed, then the system is good.
Thank you, Mohammed. You come from which county?
Kwale County.
Thank you.
Kwale County.
Okay, thank you for your that response and about the resources availability. I'd like to give, if you have a question you ask, I would like to, Mwanaisha Karim.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
I would just wish to say that as per the structure is well elaborated. And I wish CBC could be prioritized by all Kenyans, fully engagement given to all the learners, in that by the look of things, every individual child have been given a leeway, direct leeway from the path he or she is in to the world of work, which means nobody has been left out. It's only that we have not taken 100% full responsibility over prioritizing education. In this way, we are referring to CBC. For example, if we could have looked back in 2020, the way we took Corona with all full enforcement, everybody was looking towards how to come out of Corona. Now we can also prioritize CBC the way we are doing it. It's a smart structure, a smart system, only that it needs a lot of commitment by every individual in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mwanaisha, for your opinion. I hope some of this sentiment went to CBC task force. I don't know whether you're able to have a forum with them, because the structure is here with us. That is what will be followed, and you have given your point. But there is something I would like to read from the chat. Somebody have written something here. That CBC curriculum is good. The only downside is the preparedness with implementation. A good example being the confusion on the transition of the current grade 3, 6 to junior secondary. That one is being sorted out. The structure take care of all the runners, no one is left out. The structure cater for all the runners. The structure is systematic and well elaborated because it takes care of all, including those with special needs. And it is well structured, but it will only be effective with availability of enough resources to make it work. That is Massimo Tuku. And Stanley Egara, from structure, does it mean that school will specialize such that the middle school, some school will handle STEM, others will handle social sciences? You know, we usually say that we will cross the bridge when we reach there. The issue of socialization and what will be done, the school that you offer, what, that one will come out as we progress. Remember, we are, although it is, we have 3 years before we think of specialization, but by there, I believe even the task force will give us a good roadmap on how that one will take place, because we expect school that will be offering STEM, others will be sport. I don't, or if there's some school that will be offering both, that one will come out later because there are guidelines on how the CBC will be implemented, and they will be published and you'll see them in due time. Evelyn Oliama, with age-based, what of those who access school past the entry age? The structure have just given the minimum age 4, meaning we do remember the ministry have been talking about the problem of underage, whereby learners are finishing the system at a very early age. So the only issue here is underage, not the, but I believe learner, remember the Constitution of Kenya gives every person to right to education. So you cannot deny anybody right to education because of the age, but there is the entry age of 4 years. Then good structure, the only challenge is lack of. Let me give the last person to talk, and then we go for a health break. Let me give Joseph Degwa. I'm trying to look at those people who have not had a chance to talk. Joseph.
Okay, thank you. The system is good, but the only challenge is that the implementation matrix. You know, for us, we are very good at having very good paperwork, very good things are put on the paper. But when it comes to implementation, that's why we have challenges. But according to me, or according to my opinion, the system is good because looking at all the stages, there is no wastage, such that if it is strictly adhered to, then it's a wonderful system, if it can be fully implemented, because the challenge is on the implementation. Because when you look at it, it could be quite expensive, but if you are serious with what we are doing, then this is the best system for this country, because it takes care of all the categories of students, both the bright students, the middle level students, and the very bright students. It can be wonderful if you can be able to implement it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph Dego. And you come from which county? Okay, we will catch up later. But okay.
Meru County.
From?
Yes. Meru County.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Joseph. Now we are going to break for a health break until 11. And when you come for a break, we are going now to engage into a different activity whereby we will go for breakout session. We have the normal breakout session where we'll be having virtual groups. We'll be discussing activities on core competences. So when you come back, I just want to beseech you to be ready for groups activity. We'll be going for breakout session. And thank you for everybody who have participated in that session. So kindly let us be back exactly at 11. Thank you.
kupita Nairobi because niko Nairobi watu
Now, I would like us to begin our second session. But you can see we are halfway the mark. I don't know why people are late. I want us to finish early today. If people can log in time so that we are able to finish early. Don't know whether we should start or wait for, we are 146 and we are expecting 230. What is your opinion? You can write on the chat because I know you are muted. We start or we wait for them? Yeah, somebody is saying that we start. We are supposed to come back at 11. People are saying working the virtual campus is piling the activity we need to do. Don't be worried about those activities. Just they are not many and they should not give you a lot of stress. Let us start. You can see the number is increasing. And in this session we are going to discuss about the core competences. We are going to discuss about the core competences. And we are going to begin by asking ourselves what we know about core competences in curriculum and what we'd like to know. But this time we are not going to do it. We are not going to do it on the chat. We are going to do it using this app. So you go to your chat. Go to your chat, you click to that link, or you go and type menti.com and you put that code 81735722. Those who are entering, we are asking ourselves what we know about core competencies and what we'd like to know. And we are going to do that on menti.com. I have put the link on the chat, or you can go to menti.com and put that code. There's somebody saying that you can't hear. Make sure that your audio is enabled. If you can't hear anything, it means you are. Let me check. Priscilla, what is wrong with your audio? Let me see. Yes, Priscilla, you have logged in without audio. Make sure that you have only a video, but make sure that you enable your audio. I can see several of you are in video, but I know you are entering now. Priscilla, you are in video, but you don't have audio. That is why you can't hear anything. Now, I want to see how many of you have managed to now, that is I can see there's some people who have managed to log in. Something that I already know about competence-based curriculum and what I would like to know. You can see 11 of you. I'm expecting those who are entering, we are responding to that. You can go to your chat, there is a link. You're supposed to enter, or you go to menti.com, you put that code at the top, 8173-5722. I say we are doing, we are starting the section on core competencies, and we are putting down what you already know or what you'd like to know, but we are using an interactive app, Menti. And I have already put the link on the chat so that you can be able to access there. So that you can be able to access. Somebody says, Judith, you are telling me to unmute you. I don't know. Let me see. If you have a question, you can only raise up your hand, Judith. I can't even look. You are saying unmute. I don't know what you mean by unmute. Margaret, what is your concern? Your hand is up. Margaret, what is your concern? Okay, so kindly continue putting your, the code is there on the screen. Those who are asking the code is there on the screen. The code is 871. You're talking of 881 73 57 22. That is the code, but there is also another option of using the link. So either way, you'll get to them, because I can see 40 of you have managed. We are 186. Somebody is saying that what they know about the Qualcomm, there is creativity. Somebody is, I would like to know how to implement CBC. Somebody, digital literacy is a core competence. One core competence of CBC is communication and collaboration. Communication and collaboration, critical thinking and problem solving, values, integrity, etc. You'll see whether values, integrity are part of the core competencies. CBC is skill oriented. We are talking of core competencies now. What do you understand by the, you can just mention the core competencies that you know, that they are supposed to be incorporated during our teaching and learning. There are 7 core competencies, it is true. They have been achieved by communication and collaboration and learning to learn. Thank you. Those are examples, 2 skills which students are supposed to acquire. Which are they? I know that the curriculum nurtures the learner's talent, is learner-centered and seeks to empower all learners. What I would like to know is how to carry assessments. I said assessment will be there on either Friday or Saturday. You have assessment on Friday and Saturday. Learn about the tools, and you learn about various forms of assessment. I know CBC is a skill and value-oriented curriculum. I would like to know how skill and values are going to be assessed. Again, you learn about skill assessment. Today we are dealing with the CBC framework and core competencies. We will deal with assessment later. CBC is interactive. I'd like to know how to incorporate it in history and government. Thank you. Yeah, that one is very important, because every learning areas, the one that we used to call subject, CBC, we call them learning areas. CBC is incorporated. Somebody is saying communication and collaboration. I wanted to see the examples of those core competencies. We are only talking of communication and collaboration, and there are 7 of them, as one of you have said. And what you need to know about competencies is involve parent, we need to know future sustainability, involvement of parent and how sustainable it is. I'm looking how to implement. I'm looking for the core values and core competencies, collaborative. Which are those 7 core competencies? Critical thinking and problem solving. That is the only one that is coming out. I'm looking for those digital literacy. Thank you. That is another. I'm looking for core competencies. Self-efficiency. It is self-efficacy and digital literacy. Thank you. Self-efficacy and digital literacy. Digital literacy self-efficacy, I would like to know is about the tools. I can see the tools are repeating themselves. You learn about the assessment tools. You see either Friday and Saturday. But now I want to see whether you are conversant with the competencies. 7 competencies. There's somebody who have put them here. Communication and collaboration, learning to learn digital literacy, imagination, critical thinking, and problem solving. There is one that I have not, there is one that is missing out. Learning to learn. Core competencies. I was looking for citizenship. I've seen it. Creativity and imagination, learning to learn, digital literacy, critical thinking, problem solving, self-efficacy, and communication and collaboration. And let me, I don't know whether those people who are entering now, if I'm going still to put the link so that you can log in and put leave your, I can see 98 of you out of 98 of you out of now 200. CBC is interactive approach to be learning taking place. Teachers, parents, each learner has excel in his or her best talented area. Deals with curriculum we are running at a course. I can see some of you have been able to tease out the core competencies, like this one. Core competencies are problem solving, communication, critical thinking, self-efficacy, digital literacy, citizenship. How can we involve parents in this CBC in a positive way, because it has become a difficulty between teachers. I hope we are not talking as a parent. Remember, we are teachers. So if we are talking as a parent, we'll have a problem when we engage in now the parent. Now that we are teachers, are we talking as parents, or are we talking on behalf of parents? And as a teacher, you are supposed to be looking for a solution on how to first you empower the teacher and you engage them. Sorry, you empower the parent and you engage them. So in your school, you need to come up with a strategy. You empower those parents, then you engage them, and they will be very positive about CBC. It's holistic, creativity and imagination, communication and collaboration. I'm doing this so that I'm expecting to add that, and you are 202, because I want us to go to breakout session and create an activity. I don't want anybody to join when we are already in breakout rooms. Let me go to the chat. Citizenship, communication and collaboration, they are there. I can see now people, yes, there's somebody who have outlined the 7 of them. That is Sami Musioki. All of them are there. Lucy Mwangi, you have done the same. Sister Agnes, you have done the same. Thank you. Helen Asieng, you have indicated 2. Technopop 4, you have indicated 1. Technopop 2, citizenship. Batwiri Glory, imagination and creativity. Thank you. Nixon, citizenship not fully incorporated. We will see. That is one of the activities we are going to, how can we incorporate it? We are going to discuss that. It's not fully incorporated, but we are going to ask ourselves, why not? Then I can see somebody have placed. Popol and 2. You had this up. Do you have a question? Okay, now after I just wanted to know what you know about the core competencies and what you'd like to learn. And I have seen 105 of you have been able to respond. Thank you very much for your response. And I can see you already know what are the core competencies, but now I want us now to engage into an activity. And now we ask ourselves, as a teachers, how are we supposed to plan for them? We have a scenario So we need to ask ourselves, when we talk about the core competencies, first, we need to ask ourselves what the competencies. Remember, I defined competencies earlier. And I said competence is ability to apply skill or knowledge to do something. It's not just the knowledge for the sake of it, but what can you do with that knowledge that you'll be, what can a learner do with that knowledge that you'll be offering them in class? That is what we are talking of competency. Will the learner be able to construct a stool? Or will a learner be able to construct a lake to clean the environment after taking them through a certain, through a content or a learning area? That is what we are calling the competency. We are not training the learner so that they can gain theories, but so that they can be able to do something with the knowledge that they have gained. I see, even at, I realize that even in a lower grade, like in pre-primary, learners are being taught on how to clean their hands in order to improve the hygiene standard, which is something that in our time we never went through. We used to write on the floor, but nobody taught us how to clean our hands. But nowadays the learners are being taught how to, after they are taught how to clean their hand, how to clean their blouses, their shirt, because that's the competencies that is behind the whole thing. After taking through the learner, are they able to wash their hand and they understand the reason why they are washing their hands in order to improve hygiene? Those are some of the competencies we are talking about. And this curriculum it emphasizes on importance not only of developing skill, but applying them. I talked about when you teach the learners on things to do the nutrition. How do now the learners apply that knowledge and solve a problem of nutrition at home by coming up with maybe a kitchen garden? Regardless of where you are staying, the learner can be able to come up with a kitchen garden, either through using a sack, using old shoes, or using even a pipe, cutting a pipe in two and filling it with soil. You can, the learner is you can able to grow vegetables. So that is what we are talking about, applying the knowledge. That is very important. The learner should be able to apply the knowledge in order to solve a problem. Now, I want you to look at that picture. It's an activity we are going to, and I'm going to give you people to respond. You can write on the chat, but I'm going to unmute few people to respond. Observe the picture above, or beside and identify core competencies that the learner can acquire for the task being undertaken. You look at these learners and what they are doing and where they are. What competencies are they likely to acquire? Because this activity will lead to a breakout session that we are going to have. Identify a learning experience or a task in one of your subject area where you can incorporate the core competencies which you have mentioned. But I just want you to answer number one. Number two, we are going to answer it in our breakout room. I just want to give 2 or 3 people to tell us what are the core competencies that learners can acquire from the task that they are undertaking. I'm going to begin with Techno 3+. Maybe you should have written your name. Continue. Techno 3+, your mic is on. Okay. Clementine Einda. Clement.
Yeah. Good morning, all.
Morning.
Looking at the picture, one competence that can be inculcated by these people is problem solving.
What problem?
Because problem solving. Because I'm seeing they are ready to clean in the environment. So there's a problem of environmental degradation and they need to solve it. I'm also seeing creativity because they have improvised on the material they are using. For example, the cleaning material, the aprons, They have not bought them, but they have made them through creativity. Then I'm also seeing citizenship being calculated because they need to be good citizens who take care of the environment. They need to live in a clean environment so that everybody is comfortable. So those are the core competencies I'm seeing that can be calculated through that particular picture. Thank you.
You come from which county?
Hello?
Hello, you come from which county?
From West Pokot County.
Thank you very much, Clem. Thank you for bringing out those. You have mentioned almost 4 core competencies. Yes, thank you very much. Let me now hear from Isabel Nyawera. Isabel Nyawera. Go on.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
I can see there is communication and collaboration. As they clean, they'll be communicating. There'll be that collaboration. Citizenship, because a good patriotic citizen is ready to clean the environment in our country. Also learning to learn. Imagination and creativity, the things they are wearing, the brooms that they are using. Yeah.
Madam Isabella Nyawera.
Yeah, from Nyeri County.
Thank you. At least I'm able to sample from various counties. We hear opinion. Now, Moses. Is there anything there?
Yes. Hello. Good morning.
Morning.
In addition to what has been said, I can also see it's also possible for the learners to develop digital literacy in the sense that they can take shots or video record what they are doing and share online. To that extent, they'll be developing digital literacy. I'm from Migori County.
Thank you very much. And I'm happy from that we are going to use digital literacy that they can take photos. And remember, these learners will be developing their portfolio later. Those are side of the medium of what they are doing. Thank you very much, Moses, for that. Now, finally, I would like to hear from, I want to look for somebody who have not talked. Evelyn Oriam. Evelyn.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Makongolo, not Oriama.
Yeah, you know, I was, okay, go on. Yes, you are Evelyn Makongoro.
Hello, I can mainly creativity, where the students and even they are also wearing gloves, which are made by them. And I can also see that teamwork, because it's not one that is coming to clean, but you can see a group of them that has come to clean the area.
Thank you. As long as you are saying that as long as if they're able to work as a group, they have to collaborate.
Yes, collaboration.
And they have also to communicate.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Ivari. Let me read
I am Makongolo, not Oriama, Makongolo.
Yes,
Evelyn Makongolo.
You are Evelyn Makongoro. On top
Yes.
of you, there is Evelyn Oriam.
Oh,
both of you share the name.
The first name, yeah.
First name. Technopop 2, you are saying that in the picture there is self-efficacy, learners are making thoughtful decisions regarding their health by getting rid of waste material in their environment. Maybe they are dealing with waste disposal. Then somebody is saying learning to learn, collaboration and communication. Thank you very much for that. I want us now to go, we are going to go to a breakout room and deal with question number 2. Identify a learning experience attached in one of your subject area. You can incorporate core competence which you have. Now this is what you are going to do it. There are 7 core competencies. And I'm going to put you into 7 groups. The first group, number 1, will deal with communication and collaboration. Number 2 will deal with critical thinking and problem solving. Number 3, imagination and creativity. 4, citizenship. 5, learning to learn. 6, self-efficacy. 7, digital literacy. So kindly master the number. If you find yourself in group 1, you do communication and collaboration. If you find yourself in group number 2, you do critical thinking and problem solving. 3, imagination and creativity. 4, citizenship. 5, learning to learn. 6, self-efficacy. And 7, you do digital literacy. So I'm going to put you into 7 groups. And you tell us what you understand and communication and collaboration. And then using identify a learning area or a task in one of your subjects where you can incorporate the core competencies which you have mentioned, the core competencies that you are dealing with. So you identify a learning area, one common learning area. You may find yourself combination of both secondary and primary teachers in one area. You can agree on one learning area, then discuss how can you incorporate the core competencies you have mentioned. I hope I have made myself clear. A learning area and how you can incorporate, if it is, for example, citizenship. How can you incorporate citizenship in conservation of soil erosion? That's what I'm talking about. Self-efficacy, that learning area. So I'm going to take you into 7 breakout room, and I'm going to give you 15 minutes to do that. We'll take you to 7. Sorry, 7 breakout. And when you go to breakout, identify a chairperson and a secretary because you'll have a presentation. You will present during the plenary. The secretary will present your finding during the plenary. And it will take, I'm going to give you 15 minutes. So identify the chairperson and immediately embark on the work. And the breakout room starts now. So I would like to welcome you back to the plenary session, and so that we can be able to find out what you deliberated on the above question. And now we are going to do the presentation, and we are not going to follow in order. So I would like to request the Secretary Group 7 to start the discussion. Secretary Group 7, you raise up your hand so that I can be able to unmute you. I can see two hands. There is Ivory, there is Gladys. I don't know who is Secretary Group 7.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, continue.
Hello.
Yes,
this is
continue.
Evelyn, Secretary Evelyn Oriama from Machakos County, Secretary for Group 7. So we were discussing how digital literacy can be infused in learning, and we talked of the learning area to be environmental, whereby we were looking at the contemporary issue on climate change. So we have said that in digital literacy, we can take learners to the weather stations, for example, and during this visit, we do recordings on our talks with the people working at the radio stations, and also even the instruments, we take pictures, and then we can come back to our schools for discussions. Then number two, we have said that with digital literacy, we can Google the definitions of new words, and we can also get more information on Google about climate change. Then number three, we have said that we can watch videos of climate regions and also the climate changes that are being undergone. Also, we have said that we can use social media to disseminate the information that the learners have gathered on climate change. And we can also use what is called the exchange program with other countries or other schools for interaction on knowledge of climate. And we can role play on climate issues, whereby the learners can be given roles and then we take videos. After that, we can share the videos with others. We can also learners can also create e-portfolios after having taken shot of climate changes or any information on climate issues, and then they develop their portfolios, which is e-portfolios. And the pictures that we have taken on climate changes can also be projected back for the learners so that many learners can get the information. And also, we said that we can engage learners in conservation of climate issues, and we take pictures of the learners. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Hello, can you, are you able to hear from me?
Yes, Mr. Elijah.
No, because there is a lot of silence. I'm requesting group 1, secretary group 1. There is Tina, there is Infinix Note 10. Your group, or Evelyn Kongoro, any group that is ready. I have unmuted you. Evelyn, you want to be, who is ready to present? Infinix Note 10. Can we have secretary group 4? Anne. Anne Mutuku.
Yes,
You are from which group?
I'm from group 1.
Mm.
We were looking at how communication and collaboration can be incorporated in learning. And we started by defining what communication is, and we said communication helps one to deliver and receive verbal and written information with colleagues effectively.
Okay.
Then we went ahead and looked at several learning areas where communication and collaboration can be incorporated. And one of the learning areas we looked at was English. And we specifically pointed out on debate. And we said that communication and collaboration, a teacher can pick a topic like debate where learners can communicate and collaborate as they debate their issues. And we said the skills that learners would get from communication and collaboration in debating would be attentive listening, interpersonal skills, time management, critical thinking, decision making, and such. We also looked at mathematics, and one of the and a skill that how learners would enhance communication and collaboration in mathematics would be through discussions. A teacher can put the learners in groups where they would discuss questions, they give each other time and stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne, for representing Group 1. And Group 1, you can appreciate your secretary. But before I proceed, there is a concern from Dennis Ogora from Group 7 on digital literacy. Though it is not coming clear from Group 7, how learners themselves become digital literate from activity mentioned. How do you make learners be digital literate? Learners become digital literate if you expose them to digital devices and allow them to use. It is not the teacher who is using those devices. When you say that the learner, you are supposed to get information from the internet, it is the learner who is doing that. When you are taking the video, it is the learners that are taking the video. When you are taking the photo, it is the learner who are taking the photos. If the learners are able to manipulate the digital devices and they're able to use them, that is how they become digital literate. And how to collaborate with even learners outside the country. As a teacher, you guide them on how to use the internet and how to use the digital devices in order to collaborate. That is the only way. But if the digital to become digital literate, it is not the teacher who is using the tool, but also the learner should be able to use the tool. I hope Dennis or all of that one become clear. It is the learner who are supposed to undertake those activities. As they use digital devices first, they should be able to manipulate them. Thank you for that concern. Then we go to the other group, and I'm going to unmute Miriam Makungu. You represent which group?
I represent Group 5.
Continue.
Yes, and our learning, our competency was learning to learn. We looked at several areas since we have diverse teachers teaching different subjects. So one member who teaches CRE said that she would guide her students in learning to learn by letting the students to help the needy in the community. This will help students to learn that there are vulnerable people in the society who need help. So the teacher will allow these children to donate some foodstuffs for these people. Therefore, these children will learn helping as a value. There's another teacher who teaches home science, and she said that when she's teaching stitches, she will teach stitches, and then she will give children pupils homework to go back home and repair their clothes. So the children will have learned to learn. Another one teaching English literature said would give children a play, a section of a play, that is a role play. So these children the students will act that role play. And in acting that role play, they'll be acting as well as learning that particular section of the play. There's another one who teaches mathematics and chemistry. She said that she would guide students to go through internet to get online practicals on how to go through an experiment. These children will be learning several things at the same time. They'll be learning how to use the internet. They'll be learning how to assemble a practical and how to go through an experiment. Then there's another one who teaches music. And she said she would give her pupils lyrics and then tell them to create melodies from the lyrics. So here the learners will be learning how to create music, and that will be learning to learn. There's also another one who teaches in a special school for the deaf, and she teaches Kenya Sign Language. So she will provide items in a classroom whereby the pupils will identify the items, try to sign to sign the names of the items, and then write the names on the blackboard. By so doing, these children will be learning to learn. They will learn the name of an item, the sign, and even the spelling of that word. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Miriam, for representing Group 5 for that presentation. And Group 5, I hope you are listening keenly to those presentations. Group 5, you can appreciate your secretary for that good work. Then I have unmuted Pauline Mahero. Pauline, you had this app, TechnoSpark, also Techno 6, KH6, you had this app. Pauline, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I was dealing with the group 4, whereby we were dealing with citizenship, how citizenship can be collaborated in CBC learning. Therefore, it deals with patriotism, tribal tolerance, different tribes coming together to form as one country, thinking as one, performing as one. It belongs to a particular country, or one belongs to a particular nation. Number one, we started with literature. Reading of these set books, whereby the source of the set books should come from our country, originally from the country. People, the writers, the authors should be from our country and from different tribes. Therefore, in calculating learners, when taking them, imposing them in unity and peace. Also, we have the list using the Kenyan music from different tribes, reading storybooks from different tribes, in literature, using legends integrated in Kenya to create videos animated about the Kenyan people. Also the Kenyan poems. We use the Kenyan poems in class. And also we have the traditional dancers in a Kenyan way. In CRE, we use it, for example, the St. Luke parable of Good Samaritan, visiting the sick person. We have the empathize, contribute or buy something for the sick, and then pray together. That is citizenship. In biology, pollution, the pupils, the learners will take care of the environment by cleaning the environment. And when you clean the environment, you involve the community around. Therefore, that is citizenship. Also, when it comes to a learning area like social studies, the pupils, the learners, when you are learning about the people and the culture, the learners will perform the cultural dancers of different communities. That is citizenship. And moreover, also to incorporate citizenship, the English language is common in the nation. Thank
you very much, Madam Podi, for that word of work from Group 4. Group 4 appreciate your secretary for that word of work that Madam Pauline has done on your behalf. Thank you very much, Madam Pauline. Now, group, we have half presented from group 1, group 5, 4, and 7. Now, Techno Common 17. You want to present which group? You had this up. Group 2, group 6, and group 3.
Okay, I'm representing group 6.
Okay, go ahead.
This is Mwanaisha Karim, the secretary to group 6. Ours was on self-efficacy as a competency. And we were looking at how we can inculcate self-efficacy in soil conservation as a topic. Now, we said through a KIQ, maybe the learners can highlight ways on how soil can be conserved through prior knowledge that was learned from soil erosion, also as a topic. So we let the learners watch videos on soil conservation. Through guidance, the learners to be allowed to download and watch short videos on soil conservation. The learners also to be allowed to watch videos on role models like Honorable Wangari Maathai and President of Rwanda as they engage practically in them, as they engage themselves practically in soil conservation. Now, from the videos that learners will have watched, they divide themselves in groups and then demonstrate on how soil conservation can be done and also identify tools that can be used and the different ways of conserving soil, such as tree planting, formulating gabions, and also using terraces as ways of conserving soil. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mwanaisha, for that presentation. And it is good that the participants continue to teach. And when you talk about like self-efficacy, we are looking at a situation whereby learners are bringing out the idea of self-esteem and self-confidence and as they demonstrate information. And Mwanaisha have said the learners should demonstrate. That is a very important aspect. When they are somebody who can demonstrate, somebody who have self-efficacy. Remember, we are talking of self-confidence. So thank you very much, Group 6. And Group 6 appreciate your secretary for that wonderful work when it comes to self-esteem. Thank you very much. Now we go to Group 2 and Group 3. Group 2, Group 3, secretaries, you can raise your hand.
Group 2.
Okay, to continue.
Group 2, I'm Opailo Sevia, representing Group 2.
Yes, go ahead.
We discussed on the critical thinking and problem solving. And the one teacher who has taught grade 5 science shared on the topic plants, classification of plants, especially flowering plants, whereby you say that when identifying plants, the children will be involved in identifying the plants after having presented maybe a some realia on the same plants or photographs. And even from their own experiences, they know these plants which are flowering or which produce flowers. Then from there, the teacher again asks the children, the pupils, to say the importance of these plants. And some were able to note that these plants give food, and they were able to state the type of plant that produces food, like maize, purpose, beans, tomatoes, and what have you. Some were able to say that these plants give shelter and able to state the names of these plants that are found in their homes that give shelter. Some say that they give medicine, some say they add beauty to the environment, and they're able to state the importance, the examples of these plants that give, that add beauty to the environment. So the critical thinking there comes in when these children were involved in stating the examples of these plants and how important are they in the environment. Problem solving, they were able to tell the examples of foods, of plants that produce some foods that are important in the body. So that one makes the child know that a certain plant, when cultivated, it's more important for survival. So that is one sample. Another one was on the CRE, religious education. Children were given to compare the ways in which human beings use and misuse natural resources. So they were able to state these natural resources like plants, like the forest, that is trees, and water and soil. How do human beings misuse these natural resources? And some were able to reason out and state how the soil is polluted, and some were able to state how water is polluted. That is all reasoning with how they interact with these resources environment. Some were able to state that forests are cleared to create land, to burn charcoal, and some stated that forests were able to clear to create land for farming, and that's all misusing the natural environment, that is forest. Some were saying that some animals, some communities, animals are killed for ivory, especially elephants, and some were able to state the pesticides which cause the decrease in soil fertility. So that is all critical thinking on how these resources are important at the same way, in other way around, how they are misused. So children are able to reason and able to come up with the solutions for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you have talked about critical thinking, and when we talk about solution, now we are talking of problem solving. Thank you.
Yes.
Group 2. I know you had the challenge to begin your discussion, but eventually you have a good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the last, not the least, group 3, the secretary. And members, group 2, you can appreciate your secretary, please, for that presentation. Group 3. Our group 3 members with us. Chairperson, group 3. Secretary, group 3. Where are you? We are supposed to deal with imagination and creativity. No, we don't want to have a class where some people will sneak out and go lunch and leave the others in class. Group 3. I'm made a lunch. Paris. Unmute.
I was not the secretary. I was not the secretary, but this is what we discussed.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, we discussed on students baking a cake. The competency was imagination and creativity.
Okay.
So the students were allowed to decorate cakes using different, thinking about different things, for example, Kenyan flag. Okay, the students who did not have a modern oven, so they could use a charcoal burner, sand. Also, the children, the learners could also decorate the cake. While they're decorating the cake, the learners will use, or they will, instead of putting the headgear made out of cotton, they will use manila papers to decorate the headgear. And also, instead of using the normal mixer, they will use a cooking spoon. They will also tie lassos in order to protect themselves from that. And also, instead of serving using the normal foil, they can use even the banana leaves to serve their cake. Okay, that is all. I was not the secretary.
Thank you, Madam Paris, for that presentation. You choose a very good learning area. That is baking a cake. Okay. I believe you first imagine the kind of a shape you want to bake, so that you start by imagining.
Yes.
You also talked about using manila paper to create the, what do we call it? The headgear.
Yeah, the headgear, instead of using the normal the cotton headgear.
Yes, you know, we are talking about improvisation and innovation and improvisation. Thank you very much,
Yes, and
Madam, for coming in for group 3. And
Welcome.
I can see Lusemwagi, your hand is up. You want to add any? Why in that group? And even Ivari Makongor, why in that group?
I was in that group.
Yes.
I would like to just thank my colleague for coming in for the secretary. So maybe to add, just that our learning area was home science, and the students were required to bake and to decorate a cake.
Okay.
And in the course of that baking and decorating, they came up with the areas where they could create and use the easily available materials. For example, banana, the head. We also looked at areas like grooming, where they were supposed to they are connected. And in the course of creativity, other core competencies came in. For example, communication and collaboration. There was also, they had to think hard so that they could make the head to use the banana leaves. Are you hearing me?
Yes, but you have a network issue. We can hear you, but we are losing you at some point.
Okay, I was saying, in the course of this creativity, other core competencies also came out. For
okay, but the Mivarin, you're having a sound problem. So we have gotten your point that
communication and collaboration, and also learning to learn, where they are supposed to, for example, banana leaves. So we saw things like, where they are making things out of what is locally available, and also to bake the cake and decorate it on their own. So that is also self-efficacy. We saw that all the other competencies come in. So you don't only have imagination and creativity, but even all of the others can also come out in the course of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mivarin, for bringing a very good idea. Even when you go back to designs, curriculum design, during any lesson, the teacher is not supposed to plan for only one core competence. Like you have said, when you are planning for one core competence, the others will come in. Even when you are baking a cake, you can take a photo, you can take a video of how you are doing it, and that is a kind of a digital literacy, because you may want to share the experience with other people. That is why we are saying when you are dealing with one core competence, others will come in. So thank you very much, Madam Evelyn, for bringing out that idea. Then I can see Android, Broodroid. You had this up. So then we can now sum up what we were about those. Thank you very much, group 3. And members, group 3, you can appreciate Paris, and you can appreciate Evelyn for that contribution. That is, you appreciate you appreciate Madam Paris, and you appreciate Evelyn for making that wonderful presentation on how to bake a cake as they demonstrate imagination and creativity. So you have just summed up what we are supposed to cover today. The first one was on communication and collaboration, whereby the learners engage in a collaborative or team activity, like in a group work. That is where the collaborative and communication will come in, whereby when the learners are doing an activity in group work, first they have to communicate and they have to collaborate for that activity to be accomplished. That is simply what we mean by communication and collaboration. I don't want to repeat what you have said. The other one is on critical thinking and problem solving. This is a more, the group presented, but here we are talking about even the runners when they are doing a practical activity where they are observing, they are evaluating, and they are finding lessons. And I can remember the group saying that when they're talking of when you are finding out the solution, you are solving a problem. And there's an image of learner who are trying to solve a problem. And then citizenship. This is what when you group are presented, they say that even when you are presenting the set book of presentation, you should think of what is happening globally. We are talking of global citizenship. Somebody commented on the chat. So it is a sense of when you should your learning experiences should have a you should plan where the learner will express the feeling of self sense of belonging, patriotism, and nationalistic. When they are conserving the environment, when they are caring for, they gave an example, when they are caring for the sick. That was a good example, whereby you are contributing to the quality and sustainability of the other community. Then imagination and creativity, that one was given out very well by the people who are baking the cake, whereby transform images, ideas into reality. When you are thinking of the design of the cake, and you actively engage in creating the process, that is creativity and imagination, and even coming up with headgear that are made up of manila. They blot out the imagination and creativity very well. Learning to learn. Learning to learn, whereby you organize and effectively manage individual learning and growth, because learning should go beyond the classroom. What you learn in classroom should go a long way, even when you go at home. And that group gave a good example. When there is somebody who said when they are teaching them stitches of how to put to stitch a button, the person said that she expects the learner to do the same when they go home. Maybe the learner will find a shirt or a blouse that does not have a button. Is the learner able to transfer that learning at home? Yeah, but he is able to continue stitching at home. That is what she gave a very good example when it comes to stitching. That is an example of learning to learn. Apply prior knowledge to new learning experiences. You learn something today, and tomorrow when you find yourself in the same circumstances, you apply the knowledge of what you learned. So learning should be outside the class. What you bring, what you learn from the home to school, and from school to where you are living. Digital literacy, that one was brought out very well by people who went to the weather station, and they brought out how they are supposed to incorporate the digital literacy, taking video, searching for information, and also exchanging idea with other students, role play while they are taking video, getting the photos for e-portfolio. And I said, when you talk about digital literacy, it is the learner who should be doing that, because it is we are incorporating the literacy to the learner. It is the learner who are supposed to take the video, and they can only do that if they're able to manipulate the digital devices. That is ethical use of digital media for learning and personal development. When you talk about ethical, especially when it comes to internet, it can be used in an ethical manner. It is to be used in a manner that is ethical, manner that is acceptable to the society. And you use digital literacy and media to interact with the various audience. That is why we are talking of exchange program. Even the learner can collaborate using WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram. All those are digital literacy. When you engage the learner through Facebook learning during the holiday, you are promoting digital literacy, because the learner will be able to log in. If you will be able to use your Facebook account to continue learning. Remember, you cannot use a Facebook without the digital devices. So digital literacy can come from various dimensions. Self-efficacy. There is, I cannot remember exactly what, there is a self-efficacy that was demonstrated by the group. And we are talking of developing value for personal development and lifelong learning, and live actively healthy lifestyle and well-belonging. That is why we are saying that the learners are aware and self-directed. And I said when it comes to self-efficacy, these learners are expected to demonstrate the self-awareness and the confidence, especially if you give learners an activity whereby they are supposed to debate and make presentation. Learners who have self-efficacy will be able to explain themselves, and they will be able to bring out their thoughts very well. And here we are saying that they make thoughtful decisions regarding their health and well-being, finance, and career pathway. These are learners who have self-awareness and they're able to make appropriate decisions. Then those are the 7 core competencies that I was intending to cover today. And unless somebody have a question, you'll start from Gardner's multiple intelligence theory tomorrow. So we are not going to deal with multiple intelligence theory today, but that is where you will start tomorrow. So we are going to go direct to group processing because we are through with what we're intending to do today. So unless somebody have a question or a clarification from any group member, from any group presentation, you can raise up your hand. If not that, I want us to go to our chat. That is why now, those people who are saying that they did not register yesterday, that is why I'm encouraging you to participate in this. Every time you will type something in the chat, that is a confirmation you attended the online training. You should not worry about registering yourself, but ask yourself, did you participate in today's discussion? So that is why I'm encouraging you. When I say go to the chat, make sure that you go to the chat and say something. Already you have registered your lessons. But before we go that, there is, I want to hear from Dennis Ogora. You heard this, sir.
Yes, thank you for the presentation.
Yes.
I just wanted to know, when you look at the 844 system originally, it had some aspects that you are now incorporating the CBC.
Yes, it is true.
Myself, I'm the product of 844 system where we used to have home science, art and craft, we used to have music, and we could learn a lot of skills that made some of us would not proceed to secondary school to be able to create their own jobs and become self-reliant. Okay. Some could become carpenters, some could now make clothes. Now that later on the system was changed, it was said that those subjects were too burdensome for the learners. Now again, we are bringing back the CBC, which is almost like the 844 originally as it was. Now, is there again is there again a possibility that the CBC is going to be changed again? It will look so burdensome to the learners. Now, why can't we just embrace the original 844 and do some little adjustments like specialization, having specializations in it? Because initially, I tend to think initially 844 was a very good system and curriculum that it was skill based before it was changed later. Then question number 2 is about parents' involvement in the CBC. So our parents who are the product of 844 system, how do they assist their pupils or their children with CBC homework if they themselves did not pass through CBC? Is there a program to equip them with the skills on CBC, the parents? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis, for that critical question, and especially the first one. That when you're having a discussion on CBC, there's some areas that usually say that they are policy-based. As a Kemi, we cannot make decisions on how the CBC will evolve, whether we'll end up scrapping the home science, the art, and what we used to have in 844. But what we believe is that the government that initiated the reform will put in place measures that will ensure that all what is CBC, that is the act and cap. But then there are so many areas we are calling provocational. Like we are talking of electricity, we are talking of things to do with carpentry. They will be there, and they were there during the 844. And 844 was a very good system. It is only that the problem came during the implementation. It is our hope and belief that the policies and the government will ensure that the CBC will not be diluted like 844. I agree with you. It is our prayer that we are not going to go back to the way we did we diluted the 844. We said that some of the areas are very expensive, like home science, carpentry, art and craft, and we scrapped them. But it is our belief CBC will not go for that route. When they come to parental engagement and empowerment, that is why we are talking, empowerment and engagement. Initially, we used to say parental engagement and empowerment and engagement and empowerment, and we are talking of first you empower the parent, you engage them. So as a school, you need to sensitize, or the government will come up with a guidance on how the parent will be sensitized so that they can be engaged. So don't worry about whether, even as we are from the 844, but we are still supporting our learners for CBC, but we need to be empowered. And I think the government will come up with, through a policy document, the guidance on how the parent will be empowered before they are engaged. Because now the problem is we are engaging the learners, the parents who are not sensitized. And that is why the parents are fighting the CBC. But soon and very soon we are going to sensitize them. I hope I have tried to answer your question, because some of them are policy and have to be done by the government. But when it comes to parents, we hope we are going to sensitize our parents to embrace the CBC.
Okay, thank you very much.
Karibu. Now there is another, I can see for her. I want to give Margaret Wateri a chance. As you continue writing on the chat, one thing you have learned and one thing you have contributed to the group. Okay. Margaret.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Margaret from Kirinyaga. Mine is an observation.
Yes.
I would like to say that it has been very great learning, good refresher courses. Even before we usher in the CBC in high school, I believe that those competencies can also be infused within the current system as we also prepare those students to pass their examination. So to me, even without the CBC, I still believe that the lessons are great and can help us become better teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Margaret, for realizing that 844, those competencies are still there in 844. It is only that they have not been emphasized. We do not take much, we do not pay attention. They are still there, like digital literacy. We are still using computers in our school, but are we incorporating them in our day-to-day learning? They are not new, but I know in CBC, they have to be planned for them to be achieved. Let us unmute Joseph Kioko. Joseph Kioko. Felix.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Felix Kingangi from Nalu County.
Okay, karibu.
Thank you. My concern is on the issue of implementation of this CBC as a curriculum, because at many times we say the curriculum is good or as bad as those people or the implementers.
Yes, that's true.
Now, my concern is now, what are we doing or what are we supposed to do so that we make sure we implement these competencies the way they are supposed to be implemented? We make sure we achieve all that is supposed to be achieved, because when you go to the crowd, especially the assessment part of it, that has been done just some other days, you see there is a lot of gaps, especially when we are now entering these marks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like the way you are bringing out the concern, because you are the people who will now be implementing the CBC, the teachers. And you have asked how the core competencies should be implemented. One, we need a VALA, sensitization and training as a teachers. That is one, that is very key. Because we do not expect the teachers who have not been trained or sensitized to effectively incorporate those core competencies. So we are talking of training and sensitizing the teacher so that they can be able to implement curriculum as it is. And then all the other stakeholders should play their role. If it is the government, is there adequate resources? Like now we are going to junior secondary. Will the resources be adequate in terms of laboratory? Will there be enough teachers? And those teachers, will they have acquired the required skill? So those concerned they will be solved, or they will be looked at as the process continue. They may be difficult to deal with everything at once, but implementation is a process. And it may take some few years before we stabilize and see that now we are on a smooth route to CBC implementation, but we are going to face challenges as we move along. And I believe with stakeholders' participation, we will be able to achieve the objective of CBC. But if we will not be able to do that, then we will continue to have problem and CBC will not achieve its initial objective. But with the current stakeholder engagement and participation, we hope the CBC will be implemented as per the framework. Then we have Edwin Shiteri. There are so many hands which I may not be able to give opportunity. I'm just sampling. Edwin Shiteri.
Thank you, madam. Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New
Year.
Happy New Year. I'm Mr. Karemi, please.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm Edwin. I'm calling from Kakamega County.
Karibu.
Butere sub-county. Now, my concern is about the digital literacy. First, I don't know whether it was a good observation or a poor one. There is a photo that we were viewing. Then you asked about the core competencies that are there. Then one of us talked about that I can see digital literacy that can be gained there. So I was wondering, let's say maybe you have presented a photo to the pupils, then you are asking the competency that can be gained there. Now, the way they are working, my concern was, can we really see digital literacy taking place? Because, they didn't have the videos, or rather the tablets, the cameras. Then the other issues about still on the digital literacy, like now at the grade 1 to grade 6, actually we got the links that are in these books. Some of the teachers, to be sincere, they are, I don't know whether I can say they are amateurs in ICT or what. So actually, my concern is actually whether the government is going to help the teachers so that this digital literacy, actually as it is in the links in the books, it can really work. Because on the ground, truly speaking, these links are only there to be seen, but actually they are not working. So as much as we are talking about the digital literacy, it's good actually these things should be factored in. Thank you.
Thank you, Edwin. And thank you for your observation. I want to defend the group that presented. When they talked about digital literacy, they did not say that they can see the digital, but they said digital literacy can be incorporated if in the process of cleaning the market, they can take photos or videos. Remember, we said these learners have to come up with e-portfolio. How will they prove that they went to the market? They can take a video, but we cannot see it, but they said they can incorporate.
Okay, thank you for that good response. Yeah, I get you now.
Yeah, they just suggested. Now, when they come now to teachers, they are not amateurs. We usually say that. But if they are in the technology, we talk of digital immigrants.
Yeah.
If you are born before 1980, before the onset of technology, now you migrated to technology world, and that is where majority of teachers are. If you are not born after 1980, the young teachers that are being employed currently, they are very good in digital literacy, and you have to agree with that. But what about us who are born before 1980? We are migrating, and that we are the one who have a challenge because we have not yet changed our attitude toward ICT. And now it is up to us. We may blame government for so many things, but sometimes that is what you're saying. Learning, we need also to up our skill on ICT for our own consumption and also for our career growth. If we expect the government to do everything, it may not. But for our own consumption, we need ICT even at home. Maybe you're a businessman and you need to know where the market for your product is. What do you need? You need a smartphone or tablet. You'll be searching for the market. You need to collaborate with other business people to know how you can exchange idea. We call it community of practice. So those are some of the things that we need to do and that is why I'm exposing you to some of the collaborating tools, like Padlet, like Slido, like Mentimeter. Those are some of the things that you can even use at school. That is how you grow technologically. So Edwin, those teachers that you're worried about, they can still grow. That is my belief. They can still up their skill. But it is unfortunate that I also witness in some schools that teachers said that they are saying that although you talk of digital literacy, it is not being implemented. They told me outright, there is no digital literacy in school. It is only on the paper. And that is a big concern that need to be addressed. So thank you, Edwin, for bringing out that concern. It is all over the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you too for your response.
Thank you. Now we have so many hands that it is already 12:45. I wanted to go through your chat on what you have learned, but let me give the final already. Esther, who have not talked. Esther Kamara. Esther.
Yes, good afternoon all.
Good afternoon.
On CBC, I've learned a lot. I've learned to infuse all the core competencies, especially when it comes to creativity and imagination.
Okay.
While baking a cake, we learned that there is self-efficacy. And also children think critically. For example, improvising dressing code, protecting food, and also protecting themselves from that. They're to provide for materials or ingredients. But now my concern is parents are quite uncooperative on providing resources. It has been a challenge to teachers, whereby we are even told we are forcing parents to provide, whereby, for example, we are taking their chicken or their poultry from home. So providing resources has been a challenge to teachers handling learners in CBC section.
Thank you, Madam Esther, for that. And I'm listening and I'm hearing the challenges that you experience, especially the parent.
Yes.
You still sort out that if you sensitize them, those problems will be. But it is only that you have not sensitized them. They are wondering, why do you have to ask them to provide the eggs? And I'm wondering if there is any school that have ever asked the children to carry hen or chicken to school. I've never come across one. Those, thank you very much. And they're still hard that up. Let me give the last person who have not talked. Peter Maina. And I hope you are the last now. Peter Maina.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Peter Maina from Nairobi County. And I want to say that today I've learned a lot about CBC. Initially, I did not have some of the information. Today, I've got a lot of information about it. And I really think it's a good thing. The only issue maybe is the issue of those teething problems that we are currently having. Like now, somebody would ask why grade 6 had to do an exam, which is not being graded. Although we know those are things that are being looked into. So in the future, maybe as we move on, we expect that these teething problems will not be there. And if it is implemented the way it has been put, I believe it will be a very good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter Maina. Concerning the exam grade 6, I think even us as a society, as a teachers, it is high time now we start changing our mindset, because the purpose of exam is not to grade, but to check whether the learner have acquired the required competencies. And that is what even Dr. Jagere, NEC, we are not giving learners exam at the CBC to grade them, but to check whether they have acquired the competencies. So to me, grading is not an issue. But if you tell me I have scored an A and I cannot even be able to wash my hand, is there anything that I have learned?
Not really.
So let us not see exam just from point of grading. That the minister said the exam is only to see the level of acquisition of skill. And I agree with him. It is high time
Okay.
now we start moving from exam to assessment, and even as a teacher. And I can see people are happy now. Why then give an exam? Because we have not yet sensitized people the importance of the exam. What of the exam? It is check the acquisition of skill. Thank you, Peter, for that. I know it is a concern that is bothering many about grade 6 exam. Why it will not be graded, and we are not going to see the official release. Why? Because we are not interested. We just want to see the learner have acquired the competence. Thank you very much, Peter from Nairobi.
Okay, thank you.
Now, finally, I'm going to give to Stanislaus Shifashi, because your hand was up long time ago. Go ahead. Sifashi, your mic is on. Jane. Bye.
Yes.
Hello.
Good
We
afternoon.
have, especially in science and technology, we have these links in the textbooks. We need to have bundles. Sometimes you are told to refer parents to open the links. The learners come the following day, nothing has been done. It is a challenge.
Okay, that is a concern that need to be addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some of these things we said they have to be addressed from the policy's point of view. When a book give a link, and we are telling parents to go, and if maybe even the parent do not have a smartphone, to open those links, what happened? It's a concern. Finally, Jane, you are talking. Jane, bye. You are talking. Jane. Go ahead. Sorry. Jane, unmute and go ahead.
I've learned much today and I'm grateful about CBC, the competencies, the infusing of the same, the differences. In fact, I've learned there's a competency that I didn't understand while learning to learn, and I'm happy that I've contributed to it and I've learned how to infuse it. So my question is, okay, in CBC, we assess. There are so many assessments that we do. And for our grade 6 learners right now, we've assessed them after the 6th grade. And not all learners were taken care of, because not all learners are able to do everything. Though they are not special, there's the individualized program for each individual child, but not all of them are taken care of. You find that those who are not able to do this because maybe of their health, because of their level of development, they were given the same assessment. I thought it was not fair for all of them, since we are taking care of different talents. It's a concern that at least, even if they are from 6 downwards to grade 1, we can have, even in those schools where you don't have the special needs education, because these children can be incorporated in the normal classrooms, at least when the assessment is being done, they be taken care of too.
Thank you, Madam, for that concern, and I hope the NEC will hear those sentiments that the assessment was not fair, and now that we are talking of meeting each and every learner's need, I think it is a concern that need to be addressed in future when they come to the issue of assessment. Some of these things have to be done at higher level, the ministry, the institution like NEC, KICD, and so on. So those are some of the things that you will be putting forward. I'm taking down your comments. And we can hear you, because you are the people who are now implementing the CBC. Thank you very much, Madam Jane.
Okay.
Now, allow me now to go to the chat. And there is one thing that somebody, Maelo Waka have said on the chat. I want to read. Good presentation on CBC. More should be done to give more teachers access to this informer. Parents should also be sensitized that they are not supposed to assist learners in assignment, but only ensure that the assignment are done. I just wanted to read that. And then finally, digital literacy is just on paper in most of our learning institutions. More need to be done by our policymakers. By the way, for your information, digital literacy is supposed to cut across all the learning areas. There is nowhere you'll be teaching learners on digital literacy, but it's supposed to be incorporated in all learning areas. When you say it is only in paper, then you have a problem. That is, those are now will not have a good starting when it comes to CBC, because digital literacy as a competence will not be taught as a learning area, but it will cut across all the learning areas. So thank you very much for those contributions, and I think we can rest fair so that we can prepare for. We still have a presentation tomorrow. But remember, there is a reflection on the day you are supposed to do. You do it on the e-learning platform. The reflection on the day, what you have learned, what you're still wondering about, and what you need to learn. And also, there is also what we call extended activity you are supposed to do in the afternoon. Remember, you have to account for the hours that you undertake this course. Kindly log into the e-learning platform and do your reflection as early as today, because you might forget what you have learned. And if possible, go and do your extended activity. And that is why I want us to end today, so that you still have time to reflect on today. You do the activity, you meet tomorrow for another, you'll meet tomorrow for another session. And I'm glad to have participated in a very active class. Today you are very active, and you did not even leave the class. The people are still on despite the time, despite that we are approaching one. Thank you very much for your contribution. So I would request one person to lead us. If you can lower your hand so that one person to lead us in a word of prayer. I don't know. Now, the one person, and people are saying, please send the slide. All the content will be, all these slides we have given you, we have taken you through, they will be there in the e-learning platform. If you go to the e-learning platform, you are going to find even more enhanced slides. So don't worry about the slide, they will be uploaded. So can I request Ajerina Murati to lead us in our prayer? You had this up. Ajarin Murati. Are you ready to lead us in our prayer?
I had an issue before that.
Okay.
I did not sign in the attendance list yesterday, and I don't know what it is. Maybe somebody can send me.
Did you participate in any activity in the Zoom?
Yes.
Don't worry. If you did that, you have already been captured as an attendant.
So we are not feeling.
No, you are supposed to feel, but if you are not able to feel and you participated in any activity online, that is an evidence you participated in the run.
We feel maybe. By the way, is there an enumeration?
On enumeration on?
On this training, will you get something?
To be paid. You are supposed to pay Kemi first, the fee.
Oh, so it is us to pay. No, we are not getting anything.
You are supposed to pay Kemi the fee, the 6,000 per year. You are not here. You are taken through the deduction yesterday. Why you told you will be enumerated?
Oh, I was not. This is a problem. This is the online learning. It's got a lot of challenges. Man, sometimes you are on, sometimes you are off.
I understand. I understand that there are challenges in online learning, and especially for adult learners. It will always be there.
So the bundles, it is just upon the trainee.
We are going to sort out the issue of bundles. Don't worry.
Okay.
Now, people are saying there is nothing on e-learning. We will start uploading the content after this training. So you'll get the content. Don't worry about the content. You'll put it there. So So thank you, Madam Ajelina. It is always good to raise your concern. Now, who is willing to pray for us? Let me, Lois. You have not talked today. Lois was I think you talked. Yes, you talked today. Lois, can you put, still people, I can see so many concerns, but we'll be answering those concerns before Saturday. Cannot answer all those concerns today. So, Madam Luce Mwangi. Oh, Lois for that. Can you pray for us?
Yes, I can.
Yes, continue, please.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we are grateful that you have been together with us in our learning session. We thank you for each and every one of us that has contributed, and we pray that, Lord, that which we have learned, we will be able to put it practically, even as we go back to the field to teach our children. We honor you and we reverence you, our God. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. And,
Amen.
Amen. There is a chat Dr. Christine Owini has sent that e-learning is active for those who have filled the registration form for cohort 3. So make sure that even before you access the e-learning platform, there is a form you are supposed to fill so that you can capture your details. If you have not filled the form, you'll have a problem in logging into our e-learning platform. Someone is saying, kindly remind us on how to access the digital platform. We are going to send those slides on your WhatsApp group, especially on how to access the digital platform. That one we are going to follow up so that you get it in your WhatsApp group. So I wish you well. I'm going to unmute all of you so that you can wish each other a good day. Country, kindly remember to do your reflection. Thank you very much, and see you next time.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Good night.
Bye.
Enjoy the rest of today. Bye.
Bye. For a good day.
Bye.
Tomorrow. Learned a lot.
Mwambie hi.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.